and judgments are not delivered too close to an election, that will disrupt the entire electoral process.
And Sheldon, on this point, we also need to say that because of this court judgment, there was a delay in the inspection of election materials at the CBN, because in Ekiti State, it took place in the morning. But because of that, because ballot papers had to be reprinted, it didn't happen until late evening on Thursday. And that also meant that the materials, movement of materials to the rack centers took place overnight, arriving at some of the rack centers by 1 a.m., by 4 a.m., although, accompanied by, security personnel. And in some of those places, one of our observers from our team, from our civil society network, they said that they noticed that when the materials arrived, really, it was just an open space, and there was really no security, other than the fact that the people just want this election to happen. They don't want any disruption. So it's very, very important to avoid a situation where judgment or a judgment is given just 2 days to an election. It disrupts the entire process one way or the other, and it can actually affect the confidence of the citizens in this process.
I think that one of the things that can be done is, since we don't have too many political parties, is for the electoral management body to print ballot paper with the logo of all the political parties. If a political party is not on the ballot, the votes of that particular political party becomes a wasted vote. So I think that in order to avoid this type of situation, the judiciary, the National Assembly, and INEC must be in some level of synergy. But overall, there is the need to have a uniform ballot paper with all the logo of all the political parties to avoid this type of disruption.
Because I imagine that from the case of Rotimi Amechi and several other cases, the courts have established that the human being is not on the ballot. It is a political party that is representational on the ballot. So there is no excuse anyways. If any political party is acknowledged and recognized by INEC, should naturally be on the ballot. Whatever happens then from the courts, we know that it succeeds, just like you have said.
Exactly.
So which allows INEC to be able to plan ahead. But again, a very dangerous precedent is that the courts are continuously setting up governments. The courts are continuously making candidates. The courts are continuously administering political parties. The courts are continuously determining the ballot and determining those who govern us. And I don't think that is the role, constitutionally speaking and democratically. The courts are not supposed to do those kind of details. You are a senior lawyer.
I think that we must not make the mistake of isolating the judiciary from the matrix of the electoral process. The judiciary is part of the electoral process. Now, the judiciary is static, is dormant, unless people go to it. If you don't file an election petition, the judiciary, the courts are not active. They are not provoked. They are not provoked. Now, what is important? The Supreme Court has made it very clear that issues relating to the internal affairs of political parties, their internal affair, and that political parties should be run by political parties, and that the courts cannot micromanage the affairs of political parties. So the lower courts that are handling pre-election matters must bear in mind that they are not supposed to touch the internal affairs of political parties. That is one. The issues they are supposed to deal with are those issues that are recorded in Section 285 of the Constitution, where the National Assembly and the Nigerian people defined what is pre-election matter. Those are the issues they are supposed to handle. And also in handling those issues, they must also recognize the fact that there's an electoral management body that has to plan and also plan ahead. So if they disrupt the planning of the electoral management body, it creates its own challenges and it also creates its own dynamics. So when courts are giving order, they should give orders that are very clear, orders that the Nigerian people can also understand, not just orders that the electoral management body can understand, to avoid misrepresentation and also to avoid misinterpretation.
Mr. Ogunade, as we wrap up, give us an understanding. From what you see, there is a polling unit right behind us, and there is another polling unit just outside of the premises.
I saw a very long queue.
There's a very long queue there. And when we were entering earlier, we saw the agitation, we saw the consciousness in some physical and in some people here seems to be well agitated and well activated.
Yeah, well, I think it's understandable. Osun election has always been what we call a tight race, where you have very close margins in terms of who becomes, the winner.
That's votes are determined
a winner before then it went to that, and that's why it's also important for every allegation to be quickly investigated. The one that has just come from Ede that you mentioned earlier on, that was your news about ballot box being snatched. This needs to be urgently looked into. Remember too that in this state we once had an inconclusive election because of what happened in some field, polling units, and a rerun had to be ordered, and it more or less turned quite violent. So everything needs to be done. But what I've seen here is that each voter is willing to exercise his or her right, and they are well informed. Because the moment they see you as an observer, they come to you, they complain, they say, oh, this is what we have seen. We don't know why only certain names are displayed. We don't know why all are not displayed. We're waiting. And you could see that, in corners everywhere. Those who had to move some distance to their polling units, you see them, moving. So I don't think that the people are really, as citizens, as voters, are playing the role they are supposed to play. The rest now lies with security agencies, with INEC, as they continue to manage this process, especially when we move towards those critical stages around 2 p.m. when voting is concluded, and then the counting of votes starts, and other processes, the collation, and so on and so forth. It's a long day, as you know.
It's a long day.
Every stage really matters, because what happens in one stage could affect the second, and then can dovetail into the others. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Larry. Ms. Okoye,
yes,
your final one. What do you make of this process? How do you see this going with your experience? If it's going like this and the momentum is maintained, what do you project as the end?
What I project is that the people of these states have decided on their own that their votes must count, and they have come out to exercise their democratic franchise. The security agencies and the security forces must make sure that we don't have a toxic environment as we move towards the end of polling and the collation process. If the security agencies maintain some level of neutrality, everything will turn out well.
All right. Mr. Festus Okoye, a former national commissioner with INEC, a right activist, and a very, very senior lawyer. Thank you so much. It's good to see you again, Mr. Okoye.
Thank you so much.
And our very, very good Mr. Larry Arogunade of the IPC, International Press Council Center. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you
so much. I've got some new panel to join me in person of Cynthia Mbamalu and Mr. Jacob Pele. They will be joining me. But in a moment before they join me, let me show you what is left of the queue right here on this on the ballot. So it's understandable that the queues are reducing, and for some reason it's taking a new shape and a new dimension. So you can see how things are panning out. The queues are reducing. It shows that people are getting over and through the process, and in no time we might see these come to an end before 2:30 p.m. 2:30 p.m. is a final day, final hour for the ballot to end. And you can see they're trying to get the accreditation done right here. And once this is done, you know what is next. They go over there and get themselves to cast their ballot. And this is what has gone on from what we have seen so far. And so this is a cubicle where the final point, the end point, well, the last but one end point, because once this is done right here, they then go over to drop the ballot paper into the last time around. It was empty, but look at it, it's now full. So this is our word Atauja E, code 05, Salvation Army Primary School, PU, that's the polling unit, and 005, polling unit 005. All right, the gentleman is done and is ready to cast his ballot. And that's how it is being. But, I mean, it's been a long process, and we've seen quite a lot as that happened. But, of course, there are more thoughts that we could get from what is going on. And some of those who have gone round in observing this election, Jacob Pele and Cynthia Mbamalu will be joining me right now to give their thoughts on what exactly they felt in the election.
Because to take you up on the other, my sincere apologies, Show. I was hoping to throw something at you the way you were speaking with that policeman. That was a very, very important conversation that you had with him right there. Very, very important and very, very informative one, right there. Okay, I think my colleague is still live.
And Cynthia Mbamalu, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it. Mr. Pele, can you give us an understanding? Is this election inclusive?
So far, so good. First of all, I want to thank you for what you do. The kind of reportage you bring to election.
Give me a moment. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, the kind of reportage you bring.
Find your inner anthem, write another stand.
However, the platform does not promise fixed payments. Any financial reward depends on the commercial value generated from the data you submit. A volunteer, on the other hand, doesn't need to have a PVC. Volunteers play a vital role before, during, and after the election by helping with community mobilization, voter sensitization, awareness campaigns, and training activities. On election day, they also support the smooth coordination of election monitoring efforts on the ground. So, which role is right for you? If you're a registered voter who can report directly from your polling unit, choose Eyewitness Reporter. If you want to support the mission through mobilization, training, sensitization, and on-the-ground assistance, choose Volunteer. Whichever role you choose, you're helping build a more transparent, accountable, and credible electoral process.
Choice. We don't care who you vote. We care your participation in the process, because that's why and that's how we will have a true democracy.
Let me bring in Cynthia into this. Cynthia, how are you? What have you observed? I know that there is the Yaga PRVT. Give us an understanding. What is the data telling us as to the early deployment of materials by INEC? Are you impressed?
Well,
figures looking good.
Well, I'd say it's a mix of both, and maybe to actually come with one of the major observations we had, and which is the deployment of personnel and security. Ordinarily, the plan or the practice is INEC and security will move from racks to polling units. But a lot of our observation this morning, there were instances where INEC officials had to move without the police. Police met them at the polling unit. There were instances where police arrived separately from INEC at the polling unit, and that affected some of the opening rates in some polling units, because some locations, officials are waiting for the police to arrive before they could move. And so if you ask me about our data actually showed that we had only about 78% of polling units where officials were present as at 8:30, getting ready to commence the polls. We're expecting a lot more, but like I said, this is not necessarily only an INEC official challenge, because what we saw from RAC deployment was the issue of the need waiting for the security to move, because the practice is you move from racks to your respective polling units.
But what about the arrival or the start, the activation of the polling unit. What are the figures? What are the
figure we have is that at 8:30 a.m., 78% of polling units. Yes.
But in the accompanying
as it started moving to 9 o'clock, 9 a.m., more polling units open. Yeah. But if you want to use 8:30 benchmark, you say 78% of polling units.
Compared to Ekiti.
Ekiti, that's a smaller number because you know in Ekiti.
I'm talking about the percentage in the opening activation of the polling unit.
Actually, Ekiti had more, and that was because Ekiti had earlier arrival. You know, once you arrive early, it's easier to commence early. Yeah. So the challenge is if you're arriving around 8:30, it means by the time you do your setup and commence, if the time would have moved a bit. And so, but you know, the challenge is Ekiti is smaller. Rather, the difference is Ekiti is a smaller state than Osun.
30 local government, 16
in Ekiti. And you also have terrain-wise and population-wise. And so we were expecting to have almost the same record in Ekiti that we had here, but we also understand that Ekiti was a smaller state compared to Osun.
Quickly, my question will be, and for us to wrap up, is the fact that this is going to be the final election of cycle before 2027. If by what you were saying and what going by this, do you have any fears, especially about INEC's conduct and preparations?
I think our fears will play out at the end of the exercise, the outcome. Okay. If we see that the outcome is
tomorrow, if
we see that ASEROC will not call for a change of result, then we will begin to have more confidence in 2027. But I think it's also important to underpin some of the things that you raise in terms of the difference or playing out in Ekiti and Osun. So we don't forget, in fairness to INEC, they were thrown into crisis. And like I was discussing with my colleague Cynthia, it's a...
Press 9 if you're thinking of leaving us, or press hashtag hear these options again.
Okay. Let's fix this. Swap out tedious call menus with ElevenLabs conversational AI agents.
Hey, how can I help you today?
Deliver seamless support for any use case, connected to your apps and built with your knowledge base to keep the conversation on track.
So I think you got my old billing address. Can we update that? Of course. Let's start with your postcode.
Deployed with enterprise compliance and supporting custom guardrails, our agents are ready to scale with over 5,000 realistic voices at a perfect brand tone. It's
the polling in behind us, they had to pause for a while because it logged out the official and it took a while to log in and sync in. Now imagine that is happening in the general election on a wider range. And we saw this during the mock accreditation. So for me, for the next election, one thing I think needs to focus functions optimally, especially when it comes to the speed, and then the electronic transition of results, because we're yet to get to 2:30 where you would see a lot more observation on how the BVAS has functioned in uploading results to the IReV, but also the usage of the EC8A. And so for me, for this election, INEC needs to understand that what we're seeing in Osun, if we have that happening at general elections, it can become problematic. And so they need to ensure that they strengthen their processes and get the technology working well.
Cynthia, thank you so much. I almost call you INEC. One of the leaders of the INEC Africa, one of the leading election observation group. Cynthia is a lawyer and also a democracy advocate. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackie Bella, very good. It's good to see you, the only white man in the mix, the inclusive man. Thank you so much.
Thank you for what you do. And please stay safe.
We will.
And with all your team, thank you, Channel, for deploying these massive resources just to bring this information to Nigeria.
Thank you.
You're the best.
Thank you so much. And that's what
you pay me for this.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thanks for the endorsement, Mr. Ayola, well, I said Ayola. Yes, Ayola is behind the scene. It's my boss is ringing in my hair. They should return to Lagos. Ayo and Joke is back to you guys.
So I was going to ask you, thank you for not looking down on the policeman, even though you had to be looking up to him. We'll come to that some other time in our conversation with you. Before we let you go, so far so good, everyone is saying. Is your cautious optimism, has it increased a bit, or is it still cautious?
I think like everyone that we've been saying, it's too early in the day for me to raise the threshold.
We started more than 2 hours ago.
At least, I mean, we still have to wait till 2 o'clock, then wait till when results are being counted, wait till when it gets to Oshogbo and all of those bits. So it's still a cautious optimism, and we pray and hope that at the end of the day, we have an election where everyone, whether observer, voter, would have gone to their bed peacefully without any violence.
Well, Mr. Lady, I got to try this time.
Yes.
The legality of the process is definitely something everyone is applauding right now. And already we are looking forward to January. And as Sean said, it's the first time we're going to be having general elections in January. And so, I don't know, we used to be able to say Happy New Year in January. I guess. we'll come to that some other way. But the allegation that has made the round, or rather that is building up, the one from the governor, and the one we also saw of some people coming on cam to argue about vote buying, voter inducement. What's your rating of it?
Oh, well, coming from the governor, the chief executive officer of the state, making such serious allegations, I believe is weighty enough for the law enforcement agencies to begin their investigations. The one we saw on video, there was money in a bag, a political party was mentioned, and all that. I don't want to mention the name. It's not from my mouth that you hear that the mother of the teacher is a witch, like we say in Yoruba. A party was mentioned. Already, he had just said it's too early in the day and the allegations are already coming in. They are beginning to lay the foundation for election petitions going forward. So we know that, yes, we still have a long haul ahead of us. After 2 p.m., 2:30, we pray that the votes will properly count. After the votes have been counted, then transfer on the way to Oshogbo. Anything can still happen. After Oshogbo, then we've seen it here happen in Nigeria, where after counting the elections at the local level, then there's an order that everything, the results should be announced in Abuja. It had happened before. So all these things do not show us in good light as a country, because this Osun election is a litmus test. Absolutely. The whole world is watching.
Especially since it's the last before the general election. By the way, what you're seeing on your screen right now is the candidate of the APC casting his ballot. The process that he's going through right now is the process of casting his vote, and all of that. Of course, more and more of that will go on as we have this conversation. But that to the issue that you raised about the allegation of the governor, you also heard the INEC police commissioner there also saying that even they can literally say that the investigation has started, and he's promised to get back on it. But just one more time, Mr. ABC, so here we are now. Voter turnout is increasingly massive and all of that. Before you go, what would be your counsel, and to who?
I think my counsel would be to the good people of Osun State. Voting is your right. If you're inclined to, please go out, vote, and ensure that you do not foment any trouble, so that by the end of today, tomorrow, a winner is declared, and we can all start looking for the dividends of democracy.
Thank you so much for your time this morning. Mr. Oyebisi is the Executive Director at the Nigerian Network of NGOs. Thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure.
Well, the next conversation is with Emperor Simon, our correspondent, who will be giving us an update right now. Emperor, how's it been?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's going on smoothly. Of course, we're still in Ede, monitoring the process as it continues. And right about now, we are in Ede South. Precisely, we are at units 002, 001, I beg your pardon, here in Ede South, where voting is going on. However, there are pockets of concerns about the functionality of beavers in capturing voters. it appears that the machine is a bit slow. We are tempted to ask some of the election officers, but of course, they said they are not mandated to speak on that. But there are few voters who have said that they've been here since the process commenced, and not quite much has been done in terms of voters being able to cast their votes because of the efficiency or the poor efficiency of the BVAS machine. But I have some voters here who are in high spirit or on high spirit, and they want to share their experience with me. Yeah, you've been here for how long?
Since 8 o'clock, I'm here. I was here since 8 o'clock.
Since 8 o'clock. And you've not been able to vote? Why? What's happening?
There is no problem. There are so many.
Tired of feeling like you're being watched online? With ExpressVPN, be anonymous and secure your data in just one tap. ExpressVPN lets you change your IP address and virtual location, shielding your identity from sites, apps, and trackers. This also prevents your ISP or cell carrier from monitoring your activity, and we encrypt your connection to keep you protected from cybercriminals as well. Your privacy is our priority. Get ExpressVPN today and start your digital.
No problem at all, no fight. Everybody are here for their voting.
All right, thank you very much. Let's also get another voter's perspective. Sir, what's your name?
My name of...
Look at the camera.
My name of Suleiman Fakule or Edet South.
Yeah, so, how old are you?
This now today. No anybody, no stand, no wahala, no everything, no culture. But now here, now woman or man is in good order. Everybody is. Thank you very much.
All right, how old are you?
Thank you very much.
How old? And we have the team lead here. Let's begin by knowing your name and exactly what you've been able to observe.
My name is
exactly what you've been able to observe.
My name is Anedi Ikawa. I'm the team lead of the Peace Association. And we've been to about 3 or 4 local government areas. And what we observe is majorly the enthusiasm of the voter to cast his or her votes in these elections. And we have to also, from what we have gotten, I think the commencements of pool also started on time, and that is a credit to INEC, and that has made the atmosphere to be the way it is. It's electrifying, but it's also very peaceful.
Yeah, so earlier on when the incumbent governor Ademola Adeleke exercised his franchise, we observed that the BVAS machine couldn't capture him on time. And that's what some voters here have also raised concern about, the functionality of the BVAS machine. I don't know if in your observation, in your going round, if you've observed anything about that and what you have to say about the efficiency of the BVAS.
Well, from our observation, I think the BVAS is functioning effectively. I remember that in a polling unit, we got to where a voter could not be captured. And when we look at, we discovered that from the explanation of the officials, the BVAS, the candidate, the voter did not have dada on his head when it was captured. And now it's coming with dada. So there were attempts to cover the dada by bringing a cap. And the BVAS also detected that cap as not part of the original picture. So some of those things were noticed. And that is also good that in going forward, there is need for those who may have captured themselves when they were quite young to also visit the commission again for updating, because you may not have grown beards, you may not have had some of the features you have now. when you were captured. And you now come, only the beaver will now look at two different persons. That of the governor, I may not really say, but since he was eventually captured, it also means that there may have been some delays in verifying. Because the thing is that when your face is presented either visually or through your card, there have to be some verification. And sometimes you have delay in verifying a face. And we are happy that finally the governor was finally verified and captured.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Aniedi, for your observation, and we do appreciate your comments.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. So that's it. We're still here on ground. We're still monitoring, but let's just get some shots of what's happening there as the cameraman tries to bring us how the process is going on. You can see these are voters. If the cameraman can just raise his camera up, you'll be able to see the long queue of voters, spanning several meters away from the voting points. You can also see that some of them have been here. Elderly people, young people, women are also here to exercise their votes. Security personnel are on ground to also ensure that everything goes on smoothly. So we're still in Ede, and particularly, as I said earlier, this is Unit 1, Alajuwe, Bode Street in Ede South, with total registered voters of 869 who are here. So we'll bring you more as it goes. Now it's back to you in the studio.
Something exciting that one has had to talk about now, particularly because the election is still very much on ground. We will definitely get back to you, Emperor, as events unfold. Thank you so much for your reporting, and please remain safe. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we have a full panel on this side to give us perspectives, and of course we will be giving you other updates as they evolve. Do stay with us.
Flashes, fatigue, feeling invisible. I missed feeling like me, so I turned to the experts. Ethanol Evening Primrose Oil. It works with my body to restore balance, brought back the glow, and that radiance on both.
Eyewitness Reporter. If you want to support the mission through mobilization, training, sensitization, and on-the-ground assistance, choose volunteer. Whichever role you choose, you're helping build a more transparent, accountable, and credible electoral process. Join the movement and play your part in strengthening Nigeria's democracy. Welcome. In this quick guide, I'll show you how to sign up on NG election polls in just a few simple steps. First, visit the NG election polls website and click Get Started. Next, choose how you want to participate. If you're signing up as an eyewitness, you'll need to be a registered voter. Eyewitnesses report activities and upload election results from their polling unit. They are assigned to specific polling units where they submit verified reports and results. Eyewitnesses may also be compensated for their participation, depending on assignment and engagement. If you're a subscriber, this role is perfect if you want to support the electoral process without being physically present at a polling unit. Subscribers can help verify uploaded election results and flag inconsistencies or irregularities in submitted results to ensure accuracy and transparency. If polling unit slots for eyewitnesses are full, you can still participate actively as a subscriber. If you choose to be a volunteer, you will support election coordination activities before and during election day. Volunteers assist with training, sensitization, and voter mobilization efforts ahead of the election. On election day, they may also help with coordination support at polling units. You can create your account by filling in your details manually or by signing up with your Google account. Once you've registered, enter the OTP sent to your email to verify your account. Next, complete your profile by providing your personal details, including your gender and date of birth. Then select your coverage area by choosing your state and polling unit and answer
continuing coverage of the Osun State Governorship Election. Well, there's something that has shifted. I'll let you know after Joke introduces us.
What has changed? I've just said what has shifted. All right, welcome back to our coverage of the Osun Governorship Election. We've since been joined on the program by Taiwo Durojaye, Security and Threat Intelligence Consultant. Thank you for joining us on the program.
Thank you.
And we also have a friend in the house. Well, you're a friend as well. Apologies. But Monday Ubani, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, has also joined us to take a look at this all-important elections in Osun State. Thank you for joining us.
I should also add that there's another lawyer who will be joining us virtually. So what shifted is that security is outnumbered in this conversation because we have more lawyers than security. But thank you so much for joining us. Well, Mr. Durojaye, you are a security and threat intelligence person. The threats were massive in the build-up to this election. And even Yaga Africa released the data that pointed to some hotspots here and there. But it would seem like right now all we are hearing is all is well in Israel. What are your thoughts? Or is it just noise of the market?
Yes. Judging from what I saw Nigeria police putting in place and then all other ad hoc security agencies put together, I'm confident as well. However, that does not mean there won't be pockets of irregularities here and there. There will be. The only thing for the federal government to do is to ensure compliance and to make sure whoever is doing what is doing it very well. And that is it. Of course, I think this is the most hostile off-cycle election, if I'm not mistaken. About 3 elections ago, in the same state, it has been like this. Wow. Although this is a bit escalated
because of the number of deaths.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, also in this process so far, some of our analysts and guests have told us that usually, and our correspondent, Shion Kimbalo, our political editor actually, has also said that usually at this time it's early days and all, but the time we may begin to have, God forbid, well, Mr. Oyede Priest has already prayed that it won't happen, but that one of the things that normally happens is that anytime from 12 towards the last hours or last minutes of the election, that's when these upheavals usually happen. From the threat analysis and all of that you have read, do you see that happening? What do you think we need to do to mitigate, if at all?
Yeah. In fact, that is the period I'm targeting as well. every election, the starting of every election seems to be seamless, no problem. Even somebody who is going to cry foul, somebody who is going to cry foul, somebody who is going to like say, oh, this is happening. Everybody will sing the same language early in the morning. But you agree with me when it comes to processing the election results and everything, you see a lot of things start happening, and this is where we have the issue. Okay. Yes, I'm also joining in saying it's too early. Okay. So the transference of the results from the source to the location would determine what happened.
Well, as I said, we have more lawyers. Mr. Findeson has since joined us as well. He is a legal practitioner. He joins us from Ekiti State. Thank you for joining us this morning on the conversation as well. But I'll come to you, but let me first of all bring in Dr. Monday Ubani. How is this different? How is this particular election in Osun State different for you?
Why is it different? How is it different? It's an obstacle election, no doubt. But this is an election that is taking place a few days to that election, several days have actually occurred. There have been threats all over the place, and then the feelers are that everyone is really a bit scared, because of some of the things we have heard concerning the oncoming election. So it's something that is very worrisome for me as a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where Nigeria has been recognized all over the world, and even as the largest country in Africa. But we cannot be able to organize something like an election that is very simple, that other nations, have taken for granted. You have watched the British, do such an exercise. People go to work, and from their working place, they go to their polling unit, vote, and go back. You don't even see any single policeman on the road.
I guess there are those who will tell you that we're getting towards that. Maybe one of the challenges.
It's a prayer point for me for us to get there. So my take is that the police, has two roles to play in this electoral process. One is to ensure protection of lives and property is very key, right? Then the second one is neutrality. Now, somebody has mentioned that it is towards that time, announcing the collation and all that you begin to see high level of desperation, because by that time, it's becoming clearer to who is actually leading and who is not. Yeah. So people now want to disrupt the entire
process. How they are going to change it on IReV is what I want to see. Yes. But Mr. Oloyede, let me come to you. You are not Oyedele, you are Oloyede.
I'm not doctor yet.
There's something that a number of people will say, maybe if this had been sustained, maybe we would have been seeing some adjustments, and that is consequences. Over the years, whenever there is any of these reports that go out, vote buying, this one, that whatever it is, consequences are not meted out enough or strong enough to be deterrent.
Yes, we've been at this for 27 years. If I'm correct, is it 27 years?
Yeah.
Since 1999. And unfortunately, it's like when we take 2 steps forward, we take 4 backwards. Every election cycle. So, this falls within the province of we, the lawyers, or the judicial system. The law enforcement agents, the CP election said they've Now, what happens is after these elections, there's a winner, there's a vanquished. And then in the euphoria of the moment, the people that have been arrested, they are not properly processed. We don't hear anything about them. Yeah. There was in one of the elections, is it the Akwa Ibom? A whole professor was actually some professors were actually apprehended during an election period, and they were tried. It was discovered later that one of them, who was meant to be in jail, was actually roaming the streets in Nigeria here. How do you begin to explain that there have been consequences? It is because there are never consequences. Even in the in the amended act relating to this election, you have a situation where they say, okay,
the ballot papers to be used, even where the ballot papers do not conform with the specimen that was approved for use, it will not invalidate the election. And then where there is, for instance, overvoting, where you have a situation where at a polling booth you are supposed to have 100 voters and you end up having 120 voters. They said the person in charge of that polling unit may not be called to come and give evidence of what transpired in our act. Now, I mean, this was approved by the Senate and the House of Reps. When you begin to look at all these things, you just ask yourself, we have to ask ourselves, are we jokers? Are we really serious about meeting up with the standards the world over?
I will still put that question back to you because, as you said, it's the judiciary, and all of you are there, so you have to help us review it. You have lawyers, particularly as we look forward to 2027.
Thank you for having me. Let me say that what's going on in Osun State and what we go on for the rest of the day is nothing new. Like one of the speakers said, we've been at it for 27 years and we just repeat the same thing. In 2030, when we're talking about Osun State, we will still repeat the same questions, give the same answers because nothing will change. It's about capturing power. So all of the dynamics will be at play because, like you said, there are no consequences for any wrongdoing. Even your laws do not provide enough consequences for wrongdoings. So what will change? Nothing will change. There will be people will come out when they feel that the atmosphere is safe. They will come out. But do you know what is happening at Akumosa? Do you know what is happening in some hinterland somewhere in Ede? Do you know? Is anybody covering it, or we're just concerned about Oshogbo? How does that reflect on the final result that will be announced? Is it going to be about the people who have voted, or who they voted for, or somebody will sit somewhere, whether you have IReV, whether you have Beavers, whether you have anything, somebody will announce the result and they will say to you, go to court. Will the tribunal be strong enough to give a decision that favors who won? Will the appellate court be able to dispense justice? So these problems are multidimensional. And believe me, whether it's 99, whether it's 2026 today, nothing has changed because there are no consequences. It's the same thing. It's the same routine.
My apologies, Mr. So the question really is about the people. Just a second. Yes. You have raised very, very valid questions, issues, and there's no.
And go.
Good day, Nigerians, and welcome to this special edition of the Active Citizens Media Interface. For today, Osun State is the center of attraction. Attention is seriously in Osun State and where citizens are going to exercise their franchise. One of the most important rights and responsibility of every citizen, especially in Osun, is happening today. Again, in a democracy, the right to choose their governor is what they must observe today. And of course, we are going to bring you activities from real-time information and all that. But our conversation today goes beyond who wins or who loses this election. We want to examine a much bigger question talking about democracy. What makes an election credible is the question we want to bring before you. And what responsibility do citizens have beyond casting their ballots? And most importantly again, what lesson should Nigerians take beyond a Osun State election moving towards 2027? So as we prepare for this 2027, I believe that Nigerians will pay much attention to Osun State. So joining me in the studio today, right here with me are two most important people who have been on Active Citizens Media and have devoted their time to come and share with us their ideas and how good governance should go and focus on Osun State election. So welcome to the program. I have Samuel Orazulike, and of course I also have Dr. Calvin Freeman with me in the studio.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's my privilege being here again.
Okay, Freeman, let me start with you. When we talk about a successful election, public attention usually goes to what happens at the polling units, correct? And whether there is going to be a lot of vote buying, but most of the time attention focuses on who wins the election. But it seems like the attention usually is not even on the people, on the citizens who are coming out, on how prepared they are and how organized they are, but it is just primarily on who wins the election. But from a good governance perspective, should the success of an election be measured only by its outcome?
Okay, thank you very much. Absolutely not so. Good governance is not measured by the outcome of the election, particularly who won the election. There are parameters with which you measure beautiful or free and fair election. First of all, you begin to ask the question, did the election officers or the electoral officers arrive at the polling unit on time? Then you also begin to ask the question of, did the election equipment, did they arrive at the polling unit on time? You also go to find out if accreditation was carried out.
That's talking about the beavers.
Yeah, the beavers. Of course, even the beavers, we must also check whether the beavers ran 0-0 before the accreditation begins. These things are very important. So, and then you look at the environment where the election is taking place. These things are primary. They are the primary concern of the outcome of a successful election. Yes, counting of the votes after casting the votes, and also ensuring that the voters were there to ensure that the votes were actually counted and then transmitted to the IReV. Very important. So these are the things to use in calculating or checking whether an election was successful.
And whether there is confidence from the process.
Very important. That is confidence is one of the prerequisites with which you can, calculate or measure the outcome of a successful election. Thank you very much.
Okay, Samuel, you've heard him. I believe he's just on point. It's more like getting these things started when you get to the polling unit, what needs to be done, and all of that. That's where it comes from. But I have a different one for you. I want to kind of raise another issue that is prevalent at the polling unit level. What responsibilities does the ordinary citizen have in protecting the credibility of that process, just like he has mentioned, to protect the credibility of the process that they are in?
Election is more about, big candidates that are out there that are contesting, but election basically is mostly about citizens, the people that are going there to elect. That's what election to me is all about. They have, and citizens have a lot of responsibilities to make sure that those when they vote, that their votes will be counted, and they should also make sure that people that also voting, like the fact that you have voted, you should make sure that there is no violence happening around that side, because this is one of the things that active citizen heroes is all about. The fact that every citizen out there should also report that if any issue that is happening, they should bear witness to it. So citizens, this election thing is all about citizens per se. The fact that they have an important responsibility towards the election.
Okay, thank you. I think that is very apt anyway. I was busy trying to respond because today we are doing so much interaction. So many people are coming up to ask questions and wants to join us via Zoom. And I believe media, you should also project the Zoom link to our viewers for people who wish to join us in these discussions. So let's connect elections directly to good governance and the frequently asked questions. So while I try to get in touch with our people, so that, because what we intend to do today is to project the NG election polls, where we'll be collecting the polling unit by polling unit results, analyzing the polling unit by polling unit result that comes out from the 30 local government of Osun State, so that at the end of the day, we would have been able to compile and show our audience the total votes cast at each polling unit as announced by the IReV. You know that NG polls are looking for the citizen, that is the active citizens, voters, people who will ordinarily go to the polling unit to vote, like in Osun now. If we had started on time, our expectation is that the citizens of Osun State would have taken the advantage of giving us their information directly.
Yeah.
The INEC officials, which is the polling unit officer, will be uploading the Form EC8As to the INEC IReV, while we expect that the active voters on ground will upload same information to the NG election polls, where we can now tell our audience that they should now compare
with
between the IReV and the NG polls. But for today, we are going to focus primarily on the NG polls feed coming from the IReV. Recall, feed from the IReV coming to NG polls. But the difference is this: we are going to, before INEC collation, the system will collate this polling unit by polling unit result, analyze it, and be able to show Nigerians the observation reports coming out, not necessarily directly from INEC. But what we see for 2027 is a simultaneous one, not necessarily from the INEC IReV, but coming from Nigerians. And then we can have a comparison, because our system also have the ability to be able to get this information from the IReV. So that is what we are going to have. So let me start with, we frequently complain about unemployment, infrastructure, healthcare, education, security, corruption, and even poor public services. But sometimes we separate those issues from the choices citizens make during elections. So, Mr. Calvin, I want to bring this question to you. How directly connected are these elections and good governance? Because people sometimes don't fix them together. We can shout, oh, you are collecting 5K or 10K to mortgage your future. But they don't reasonably understand how that touches on the government moving forward after they would have done that. Because let me get your view before I start saying.
Well, you are correct. Both of them are interwoven. They are connected. Elections and good governance are interwoven. You can't take good governance from elections. Neither would you take elections away from good governance. First of all, we should understand that election is simply a process, that brings people to public power, wherein they begin to execute government programs and policies, to the betterment of the people. So election is an integral part of good governance. And if you also look at the election process, also matter, just like we've been discussing here earlier. The system or the process that gave rise to the election process should also determine good governance, because good governance is all about accountability. So now, if you look at the good governance itself, good governance is simply carrying out the particular projects, the particular legislations by the states, or by an arm of the state that is entrusted with such responsibility. So good governance is a key parameter in ensuring that the person that came into power, or the people that came into power to wield the public power, are functioning in pari passu with the whims and caprices of those that elected them. Because the purpose of the election is to bring in somebody based on his based on his antecedents, what he has done, the way he marketed himself. So that will determine who will come into power to wield it. So when election brings in a good person that has actually reached the people's heart, and he is brought into power, the next thing is that good governance follows. That's the way it works. It's simple. That's the way it works. So we can't take away elections from good governance. Neither can we take good governance away from elections. It's all about accountability process, and that's what we preach in Anambra Petrol. We are privileged to be the public relations officer. We are committed to good governance and accountability.
Yes, for our viewers, I think I omitted that Calvin Freeman is the PRO of the Anambra Patriots, and that is a social political group.
Yes, organization.
Okay. Samuel, let's get focused. And for the people who wants to join us via Zoom, I don't have the Zoom mic here. Can you get that? Because there's a lot of people who are telling me, what about the Zoom link? So Samuel, while we are waiting for the people to join us and what is going to come out from the IReV, because we are to display to people polling unit by polling unit on real-time basis. That is the reason why we're here.
Yes, sir.
So we'll be waiting for what comes up from Osun election. So let me start by asking, you heard what he said about that, you know, how it's interconnected, it connects with good governance. Then what I want to bring to you is what then should voters be thinking about before choosing their candidates?
There's a lot of things, because first off, you should know if the person you want to choose has credibility, if this person have accountability, and you check his past record on the kind of policies, and also check the kind of agendas when he was campaigning for, you know, for the election, the kind of things that he said, oh, I'm going to do. That is policies that he has in place that he's going to implement, and check if this is something that will benefit you. Because one thing I always believe about election, I always talk about, is that election is about interest. You have your interest, you have the person you have in mind that if you vote for and he wins, that is going to benefit you. Me, I have mine, he has his. So it's about knowing that if this policy of my own candidate is going to something that is going to you know, have a positive implementation in my own life. So it's all about checking these things, knowing if this person is actually credible, because a person can also have a good policy but it's not credible enough, it's not accountable enough. He can say, oh, he's doing this kind of project, he's going to do this type of project. When he gets there, he might just, you know, spend money and those projects won't be completed. So that's why I talked about past record. So these are the things, these are the factors that any person, any citizen whatsoever should check before, you know, voting a candidate.
Okay, thank you very much, Samuel. Media, can we check if we have updates coming from the NG election polls, and also if we have people who are joining us via Zoom? If we have the people who are joining us via Zoom, can we... okay, we have some. Is it Ivy? Okay, so let's get back to why we expect this. So let's move directly to the election day things. Voters arriving at the polling unit, what should be, you know, what attention should be paid to. I think you've actually mentioned what and what they should focus on. By coming in, they need to make sure that what INEC brought into the polling unit is exactly what you have there. They should know they need to know the number of the registered voters, especially at that very polling unit. So it's very important to know, so that when they are doing accreditation, they also know how many people that are involved. But again, the question I want to bring is, what do you think that the active voters who has come to their polling unit to vote need to be that closer to the INEC officials? Because I mean, when you go to ask them for this this information, and supposing they refuse to show you that what those sensitive materials that they brought, do citizens have the right to know what documents that they brought into their polling units? One thing I want everyone out there to understand is that election is about you selecting a candidate, but election is for all citizens. So we have every right to checkmate, you know, those INEC electoral officials that are there. We have to be sure, we have to make sure that every equipment is complete, and it's, you know, it's up to the numbers actually, you know, rhyming with the numbers of voters that are supposed to vote. Because we have every right, anybody that refuses to, you know, show you certain things, you have to make, should I say, an alarm to people out there to see what is happening, because it's your right as a citizen to know all these things. And I want every Nigerian out there to have this kind of mindset. So when an election is coming up, as this Osun State election is going on, you have every right to raise if you see anything that is not going according to where it's supposed to be, you should make an alarm to people out there to see what is happening. It's your right as a citizen. Okay, you've heard that, Freeman. The other thing I'm looking at, because I'm trying to just oppose between the election officials, at what point the interference shouldn't. Do you understand me? So from what I've understood from you, Samuel, is that once people come into contact with the election officer, they should be able to be afforded the opportunity of checking what was brought into their domain, because actually the INEC people are per se guests to them, to them, and they per se, on the other hand, by default owns the polling unit. Okay, now the question I want to bring for you, Freeman, is at this point, when everything has been checked, by the voters. And they confirm that everything is actually in place. I think the next available thing is also to check the beavers, right?
Yes.
And to find out whether the beavers is working, functional. And
Yeah.
also, they said we should also look out for it being on a zeros, so that
Sure.
it wouldn't have been configured
I mentioned that
before that very time. So, now, looking at the security architecture of Osun State, before now there's been a lot of buzzwords going between APC, their third party, and all of that. What do you see around the security in each of these polling units, so that if those threats that has persisted in Osun State is being seen at the polling units, that the security officials could be able to contain it, because it has started prevailing even before election. And what do you also think that the citizen voters can do to support the security operatives in curbing that? You can join that with vote buying that usually occur, and how that could be minimized.
Okay, thank you very much. The truth is that this is about the future of Osun people. This is about the future of everyone that is concerned, a citizen of Osun. First is that the voters themselves should act not only as voters, but as watchdogs in this election. Yes, we hear about vote buying, we hear about insecurity. In fact, few days ago, I think somebody was reportedly, died, there. I think it was the brother of the Director General of the APC, chairman or the coordinator, Yes. These things should not scare people away from going to exercise their civic responsibility. The active citizens themselves should be prepared, very well prepared. They should come with their cameras to take pictures. They should come with their photos, their camera, to take photos, video and pictures. These things are very important. You could do proper reporting with them. Then the active citizen, part of what the active citizens should do is to collaborate with the security agents posted to that polling unit, because even the electoral officers, the security agents are visitors to that polling unit. In fact, the polling unit is owned by the voters. So they should exercise their civic responsibility. They should exercise their right, ensuring that vote buying is not encouraged in that place, ensuring that any those bars that comes up there, they will fuse themselves with the security agents to ward it off. Because if they don't ward it off and anything happens there wrongly, and the wrong imputation is made during transmission of votes, it will affect their coming out there. Now look at it from this angle. When you go to cast your votes, you are not just going to drop a paper into a ballot box.
Yes.
You are going there to drop the future of your children.
Of course.
You are going there to drop the education of your children.
Yes.
You are going there to drop the human capital development of your children. You are going there to drop even the food security of your children. You are going there to drop even the relevance of your children in that ballot box. So ballot box is not about dropping paper. Ballot box is about dropping vision. You are going to drop the vision of that state so that it could be made manifest. So whether you are being beaten by rain, or you are being beaten by sun, or you are being shot by anybody, it is your will to determine who takes the leadership mantle of that state from when the vote is declared. So it is my suggestion that Osun people should be very much interested in this election. Osun people should determine who will govern them in the next 4 years. Osun people should come together as a people, irrespective of their polling units, and know that this election is about their life. This election is about their future. And this election is about their children. If they mess with it, they will mess with the future of their children. Thank you very much. So whether vote buying or not vote buying at all costs must be taken to the boardrooms. Because if you buy votes, if I sell my vote, it's like I've sold my future. At 4,000 naira, 5,000 naira, 20,000, even 50,000.
But supposing the citizens don't care, they believe that they have taken 4,000 and that is their part of the treasury. National treasure.
National cake. Their national cake.
I mean, we should find another way to explain to them it is not really about you having the 4K. It's about you having your conscience to contend with, because that 4K is actually putting a bad governance in, and the person who is giving you 4K is actually looking at it that he has actually paid for your services. And when you start complaining and shouting, the person doesn't have any recourse to you because the person has bought it. So I think we should look at other narratives that
anybody that collects money and goes to vote, if I were in Osun, if I hear such a person complain, the first thing I'll ask him, did anybody force you to collect money to vote? It is only those who did not collect money to vote are the people who have the responsibility to speak up. But anybody who has collected money should not speak up. Anybody who collected money to vote should not speak up because you have been paid.
To say one thing about this is that I think is better, citizens to have this kind of mindset that the moment you are exchanging your vote for that money, you are exchanging your future. The fact that this person that is buying this vote can come in and set certain policies or ignore there's this thing that happens whereby maybe a governor comes into a seat, he will ignore this certain community or ignore this certain part of the state and focus on this part of the state, maybe because of persons from there or something. Just that's why I said you just have this mindset that you are exchanging your future by collecting that money, because that's what it literally means. The truth is that you cannot know who actually collected money or not. You understand? It's not written on the face. But I want people to have this mindset that you are exchanging, as you are collecting that money, that 4,000 naira, just know that you're just removing your future, giving to that person.
Yes, but if they are collecting the money and from somewhere, not necessarily at the polling unit, because for me, where I find it very distasteful and very painful, both of them joined together, is where it happens at the polling unit. Because it happens every election time with impunity, and the actors are really the politicians. But before we get into that further discussion, I just wanted to let our viewers know that we are still waiting for the reports coming from different polling units in Osun State. We are expecting that we'll use the INEC IReV to be able to project to citizens what is coming out polling unit by polling unit. That is what we are expecting to do here today, and we are waiting to start getting results. So the results has not started coming. We are not here just to deliberate and talk about what is going to happen to Osun people, whether they decide to collect money for voting, we are just here to be able to project to our people first-hand, real-time polling unit results that the source happens to be from the INEC IReV. For Osun election, we do not have the active voters who had come into the platform because our platform just came live today. So that means that by 2027 general elections, this platform would have been tested, fortified with protections and all of that to make sure that we have live update from every 176,000 plus polling units. So for today, please stay tuned with us. If you want to join us via Zoom, you can go to the description of this very video. You can get the Zoom to join us, to join the conversation. If you want other people to get the result prior to the announcement of result, I mean, we are not going to announce election results, but we are going to show you the results, polling unit by polling unit, and then the system can analyze it and give us the results that are coming out from different polling units, even before the collation begins. Thank you very much. Do share, like, and comment as we go. We'll be taking your comments if you're on the YouTube channel, also on the on our channels on Facebook. But seriously, share. Let other people know that there's a real-time information coming out from Osun State from the NG Polls portal. All I'm talking about is NG Polls portal, which is election, that is NG Election Polls, and it's powered by the Artisan Foundation. Thank you very much. Let's get back to, let me know about the people who are joining us via Zoom. Please, the media, can you check and see who wishes to come on? I see a lot of people already asking so many questions from this side. And okay, Yes. I can't take your question here. Okay. We have the NG election polls live reporting coming live, in a few minutes time. So please do not hesitate to join us. So let's go back to this, what we are discussing. And this takes us to an idea we have that we have been promoting through the Active Citizens Heroes program. Because everything we have said here boils down to the program, because every time we keep complaining about what happens at the polling unit. In the last general elections of 2023, everybody in Nigeria, most Nigerians believe that their mandates were not properly protected. But citizens expecting somebody else, am I to leave my own polling unit to come and protect your own polling unit? No. And again, the idea of Chief Bola Tinubu rigged the election, in as much as it sounds believing, I tend to disagree to an extent, because there was virtually no reasonable evidence suggesting that per polling unit that Tinubu was there to rig that very election. But what I can say, that a stipulation may be had that citizens did not protect their votes, and that's why, and they don't have evidence to show at the end of the day, even at the judiciary level. So moving towards 2027, do you think that Nigerians can allow themselves to be taken towards that direction of no evidence to show per polling unit? Or do you think that this time around the Gen Zs will tell them that they are even better and ready, especially using the NG election poll?
The thing is that I'm not going to specify it just the Gen Zs. I feel like we as Nigerians, everybody is out to protect their candidates. Whoever your candidate is, you are out there to protect your interest, because as I've always mentioned, election is all about one's interest. The fact that you believe that this person that is coming out is going to protect your interest. So we are with this, this NG polls, this thing, it will help a lot of people to able to, be like an eyewitness. In as much as a voter, you're also like an eyewitness, and it will make you want to stay there and, make sure that your vote is actually counted. Is actually registered. And so the thing there is that with the way Nigeria is going, everybody's out, as I said earlier, everybody's out to protect their vote. And that's what I expect from everybody, because that's the kind of mindset I have right now. So that's why I expect everybody, the country has had enough. So if you feel that the current president have a lot to still offer, you come out and protect your vote. I'm not holding you not to protect your vote. If you also feel like the current president has to go, the person that you are advocating for, you also come back when you vote, make sure that you protect your vote. So we'll not hear any case of, this person rigged this election, or this person, because if you don't have any evidence to show that, this so person rigged any election per se, then you don't have anything to say. So
I have an idea that I want to bring to us, which I've been sharing, that has to do with the Active Citizens Heroes. That is a polling unit heroes program. But before we do that, media, can you help check whether we have the active timeline on, the URL for the NG election polls, so that viewers can actually log in and see what the NG election polls interface looks like. And also, if it is there, I will suggest that our viewers, take advantage right now that is just out to, subscribe. There is, I think, about 4 ways for you to register. You have the subscribers, then you have the eyewitness reporters, then we have the volunteers. So you just go in and then you sign up on the platform, and we take it off from there. There's a whole lot you need to know. It is all about real-time election reporting, and this time it's not about, it's about the active voters at their various polling units. So having said that, let me refresh this. What you were talking about before is how it happens in the past. Most often, what happens is that people come, cast their votes, and leave. And go. But now we are advocating for people to stay behind. But let's be honest to ourselves. we are not expecting that everybody is going to stay behind. In a polling unit where you have 200 people, at the end of the day, you might end up seeing 50 people. But I'm even advocating on our program that we just have 20 people who are active voters. These active voters might be eyewitness reporters or volunteers on the platform who will ordinarily use the NG election polls interface to capture timestamps of every reporting that is coming out from there. So if you have these 20 people in that very place, 20 people, one person might forget not to capture this, the other person would have captured this. And when you have 20 people, you don't expect that 20 people will make the same entries.
Yes.
Somebody might make a mistake and the correction will be seen from the other one, and the correction will be. So at the end of the day, the system flags any inconsistency and we're able to identify that 5 people out of the 20 people have the same result. And it can analyze that result and tell Nigerians in the conclusion of the day, this is what came out from there. So, but again, these people I'm calling the polling unit heroes. We are proposing that they should have an award. That is a reward that they are going to get after the 2027 general elections. So this is like Active Citizens Award 2027. So this is to reward people who have done something like that woman of OT in Abia State.
Yes,
and, you understand? So we want to see how we start, having heroes, not just in football, not just in every other endeavor, but also in election, because election is what brings about government, and it is government that now influences some of these rewards that we talked about before. Some people do it through using football, and also football is governed. So let us acknowledge that there are some people who can actually change the system of governance in Nigeria, and those people who might be at their polling units, 20 people, can actively let the other 200 people go back to their homes and endeavor to protect the vote. They are not protecting the vote for ADC party or APC party or any other party for that very matter. They are protecting the votes of every candidate who had participated. So they are absolutely on that day non-partisan. How do you see that moving forward?
That is a very important instrument of a credible election, I must confess. And if we're able to put that in motion, particularly during the 2027 general election, I think it will go a long way to announce Nigeria as one of the countries that has democracy in place. Look at it from this angle, because election, of course, begins with voting. After voting, you talk about results collation. After that, you now talk about declaration. After declaration at the polling unit, you now talk about documentation and, of course, transmission. Now, if these 20 persons who are going to be, heroes, will be there from beginning to the end, I think there is no way that election will not come out credible. Because they are going to man the most important, in fact, they are going to man all aspects of the election that day. And if this award is given to them, I can tell you it will motivate more people to participate in credible elections. It will motivate more people to even indicate interest in becoming part of the heroes in other elections. In various states, in Nigeria, state election, not all states hold their elections at the same time. Apart from the federal elections, which of course brings in the presidency, the Senate, and the House of Reps. So I think it's going to be a very wonderful thing to carry out. By the time they do that work, they are rewarded, and people see that they are rewarded. They become national heroes. Election national heroes, just like the way we hail football heroes, we hail academic heroes, we hail military heroes, we hail all kinds of heroes from different and various walk of life. That same way, let's begin to do something that will bring our elections to credibility, so that people can be awarded or rewarded based on the work they have done during the general elections. So it's going to be a very wonderful idea, and I want everybody to be part of it as much as possible. And just like you have said, Let people go to the portal. There are various ways of becoming part of it. Like you mentioned, people can register as witnesses. People can register in different ways to participate and all that. So by the time that is done, and we're able to gather these 20 persons, there's no way 20 persons can make the same mistake.
Of course.
It's an impossibility. If there's a mistake coming from one person, the other person will take information from him or her and then balance this one. You can imagine when we have such people in all the polling units in Nigeria. I mean, it will come a time where other governments of other nations will begin to invite for such exercise.
But I think we are ripe for it now. We have a young population.
Yeah.
And I don't see most people going in the street of Nigeria without a mobile device.
That's correct.
So, and network is as stable as, not as the National Assembly wants it to be anyway, or not as the INEC official might want it to be. But, credit be given to INEC, they are doing their best. But it's just that their best is not good enough for the country. But from what you have said, I am getting much more convinced that Nigerians can pull it off. Because, whenever I go online and I'm telling people we need about 3.6 million Nigerians, people think it is a mission impossible. You understand? To be able to generate this. But when you start to say, you know what, I'm talking about 20 people per polling unit. In a polling unit, we might have 100 people, we might have 200, 500 people sometimes. And you're just looking at 20 people. And you can even scale it down because on a maximum, you're looking at 20 people. Even if you have 5 people in a polling unit, they can still get the job done. Of course. But why are we extending to 20 people so that even if there is any kind of buzz in the polling unit, those people can always calm the situation down.
Yes.
So this election fraud that is going on is not something that is absolute irredeemable. It's something that citizens can take upon themselves to ratify. That doesn't even need money to begin with. Because people who are going to their polling unit are people who ordinarily are going there to cast their franchise. So, and that day it has been devoted across Nigeria that you're not going to do any other work. So, it's for you to move from your house to your polling unit, which is not far. If it is far from you, you can change the location of your polling unit to one that is closest to you by you. So, it is not something that takes anything of it. Just one day. If you just sacrificed one day to be at your polling unit to get good governance, my question to you, Samuel Azurike, don't you think that Nigerians can do that one day?
One thing I can say is that, one thing I like to be very realistic, and with the processes of this, these NG polls is something that can actually work. But what I know that we have to do is, to put out the education about it, to allow millions of Nigerians to know that this kind of thing exists. That there has been a situation whereby we have lost interest in, or I won't say interest, we have lost trust in the numbers that come out from INEC. So we want something that is of our own as Nigerians. We want something that I know that you are this. There's a video evidence.
We don't need to blame INEC.
We don't need to blame INEC again. That we know that this thing is we actually this thing is actually true. You own it. So it will the credibility of election will skyrocket in Nigeria, because if by the time we pull it off, it's going to skyrocket. People will be like, okay, yes, when I go here and I vote, and even if I don't stay, there are people there that is going to make sure that my vote, regardless of my candidate, is going to count. So I think it's going to actually work. It's really going to work. We just need to put the education out there.
Okay. And you see that the voter apathy we have been receiving, because in the last election, I think it was 25 million out of 93,000 plus registered voters. So if at this very 2023, if we can be able to have 30-something million people voting, I think that will show that that voters has actually decided to come on board. But most importantly, coming to you, Kelvin, is you think that, like he said, that is doable and that Nigerians can actually bring out their time. Supposing people, this thing, because we keep talking about the vote buying. If vote buying doesn't happen at the polling unit level, but outside, can people still consider the fact that their own votes will count and decide to still do their own what is in their mind, irrespective of money that has been paid for vote. Because across the country now, everybody seems that the reason why there is starvation, hungry, and all of that in the country is because politicians are packing out money which they want to start their campaigns.
Yes.
And we have seen campaigns starting where people are being given we have seen where they share 1K to assault to women and all that. And I don't know why our people continue. Why don't they just insult those people there? I'm sorry to use that language.
Yeah, well, let me be very honest. I said in one of our programs here that weaponizing hunger is one of the dangerous processes with which you can hoodwink the future of a nation. When governance or people in government use hunger as a bait to lure people to vote to them, it becomes a very questionable process. Having said that, I may not, in fact, I will not suggest or align with the suggestion that you can collect money or collect those materials and then still vote your conscience. It is a little bit impossible, because when you begin to experience bad governance, how do you begin to protest? You see, that was one of the challenges Esau had.
Supposing the person does not want to protest but just want to do what he feels is right. Now he feels that if you are offering money and he knows that it's illegal, and you gave him the money, he puts it in his pocket and he goes to the ballot and he decides to do what he wants to do.
Well, that is an option. But somebody like me cannot do that. Even if I am hungry to the point of death. Let me cite an instance. Look at the case of Esau and Jacob in the Bible. Esau came back from hunting and he was very hungry, and he said to his younger brother, please give me a porridge of your yam, let me eat lest I die. You get the point now? Lest I die. The truth was that Esau was not dying. Esau was only hungry, but he was not dying to the point of death. He was not hungry to the point of death. Then Jacob now used that as a bait. He said, if I give you this pot of porridge, would you give me your birthright? So when you collect anything as a bait for the right thing, you have already sold your birthright. That is very important. Nigerians are hungry. I agree with you. But God still has a way of providing for us. So if that hunger has not killed us from our home to the polling unit, that hunger will not kill us until when the result is announced. That is where I look at it. That hunger cannot kill us until the result is announced. When the result is announced, you can boldly say, yes, my candidate won. And the expectations will begin to come forth. The policies and its programs will begin to be made manifest. So that is where I look at it. Some people may choose otherwise, but I will look at it from a very principled position and credible voting. That's where I look at it.
Okay. We'll be taking a short break, and when we come back, we will be bringing you more updates coming from Osun elections polling unit results on real-time basis.
Results. Your reports help promote transparency and election accountability. Eyewitnesses may be compensated for their monitoring work. However, the platform does not promise fixed payments. Any financial reward depends on the commercial value generated from the data you submit. A volunteer, on the other hand, doesn't need to have a PVC. Volunteers play a vital role before, during and after the election by helping with community mobilization, voter sensitization, awareness campaigns, and training activities. On election day, they also support the smooth coordination of election monitoring efforts on the ground. So, which role is right for you? If you're a registered voter who can report directly from your polling unit, choose Eyewitness Reporter. If you want to support the mission through mobilization, training, sensitization, and on-the-ground assistance, choose Volunteer. Whichever role you choose, you're helping build a more transparent, accountable, and credible electoral process. Join the movement and play your part in strengthening Nigeria's democracy. Not sure whether to sign up as an eyewitness reporter or a volunteer? Here's the difference. An eyewitness reporter is someone with a valid permanent voter's card, PVC, who is registered to vote. On election day, you'll be at your polling unit to document what happens, report incidents, and upload the official election results. Your reports help promote transparency and election accountability. Eyewitnesses may be compensated for their monitoring work. However, the platform does not promise fixed payments. Any financial reward depends on the commercial value generated from the data you submit. A volunteer, on the other hand, doesn't need to have a PVC. Volunteers play a vital role before, during, and after the election by helping with community mobilization, voter sensitization, awareness campaigns, and training activities. On election day, they also support the smooth coordination of election monitoring efforts on the ground. So, which role is right for you? If you're a registered voter who can report directly from your polling unit, choose Eyewitness Reporter. If you want to support the mission through mobilization, training, sensitization, and on-the-ground assistance, choose Volunteer. Whichever role you choose, you're helping build a more transparent, accountable, in this quick guide, I'll show you how to sign up on NG election polls in just a few simple steps. First, visit the NG election polls website and click Get Started. Next, choose how you want to participate. If you're signing up as an eyewitness, you'll need to be a registered voter. Eyewitnesses report activities and upload election results from their polling unit. They are assigned to specific polling units where they submit verified reports and results. Eyewitnesses may also be compensated for their participation, depending on assignment and engagement. If you're a subscriber, this role is perfect if you want to support the electoral process without being physically present at a polling unit. Subscribers can help verify uploaded election results and flag inconsistencies or irregularities in submitted results to ensure accuracy and transparency. If polling unit slots for eyewitnesses are full, you can still participate actively as a subscriber. If you choose to be a volunteer, you will support election coordination activities before and during election day. Volunteers assist with training, sensitization, and voter mobilization efforts ahead of the election. On election day, they may also help with coordination support at polling units. You can create your account by filling in your details manually or by signing up with your Google account. Once you've registered, enter the OTP sent to your email to verify your account. Next, complete your profile by providing your personal details, including your gender and date of birth. NG Election Polls Eyewitness Portal. In this video, we'll take a complete tour of the platform so you can become familiar with every module and know exactly where to find the tools you need. Let's get started. We'll begin with the dashboard. The dashboard serves as your command center. It gives you a quick overview of everything happening on your account, from your assigned polling unit and reporting status to important notifications and recent activities. Here, you can quickly see pending tasks, monitor your reporting progress, and access frequently used features without navigating through multiple pages. It's the first place you'll visit whenever you log in. Next, let's explore My PU results. After voting has concluded and counting is complete, this is where you'll submit the official results from your assigned polling unit. The form guides you through every stage of the reporting process. You'll enter voter figures, including registered and accredited voters, followed by the total valid votes and rejected ballots. Next, you'll record the vote count for each political party exactly as it appears on the official EC8A result sheet. You'll also have the opportunity to include an observer's comment, where you can briefly describe how the election was conducted at your polling unit, including voter turnout, the atmosphere, and any significant observations. To complete your submission, you'll upload the required supporting evidence, such as a clear image of the EC8A result sheet and the BVAS machine details. Before allowing you to submit, the platform automatically performs several validation checks. It compares the figures you've entered to ensure the numbers are consistent and alerts you immediately if it detects discrepancies, such as overvoting or ballot inconsistencies. If an issue is found, the platform explains the problem and provides options to escalate it to the appropriate election officials when necessary. Once promise fixed payments. Any financial reward depends on the commercial value generated from the data you submit. If a check has been passed, you can confidently submit your polling unit results for review. Now let's move to incident reports. Not every important event during an election is reflected in the final results. That's why this module exists. Here, you can report incidents that occur before, during, or after voting, whether it's voter intimidation, electoral violence, late arrival of officials, malfunctioning equipment, vote buying, or any other noteworthy occurrence. Simply select the appropriate incident category. Provide the details, attach photos or other supporting evidence where available, and submit your report. These reports help create a more complete picture of election day activities beyond the official vote count. Next is eyewitness reports. This module serves as your archive of submitted reports. You can review reports you've previously submitted, monitor their status, and revisit them whenever necessary. The search and filtering tools also make it easy to locate specific reports without scrolling through your entire history. Now let's look at election results. This section provides real-time access to verified election results submitted across the platform. You'll be able to monitor national results summaries as they become available and explore detailed breakdowns by state, local government area, ward, and polling unit. Interactive charts and visual summaries make it easier to understand voting patterns, party performance, and overall election outcomes at different levels. Whether you're tracking your own polling unit or observing nationwide trends, this module keeps you informed as verified data continues to come in. Next is the wallet. This module exists on the Eyewitness dashboard. The wallet allows you to keep track of your financial activities on the platform. Here you can view your wallet balance, transaction history, and any earnings or payments associated with your account, all in one secure location. Moving on to messages. Communication is essential during election monitoring, and the Messages module makes it easy to stay connected. Here, you can send and receive messages from coordinators, administrators, and other authorized users. Whether you're asking questions, receiving instructions, or following up on reports, every conversation is stored in one place for easy reference. Finally, let's visit Settings. This is where you manage your account. You can update your personal information, adjust your preferences, review your profile details, and customize your experience on the platform whenever needed. And that's your complete tour of the NG Election Polls Eyewitness Portal. Every feature on the platform has been designed to make election monitoring simpler, reporting more accurate, and collaboration more effective. Now that you're familiar with each module, you're ready to confidently navigate the platform and play your part in promoting free, fair, and transparent elections. Welcome to the NG Election Polls Eyewitness Portal. In this video, we'll take a complete tour of the platform so you can become familiar with every module and know exactly where to find the tools you need. Let's get started. We'll begin with the dashboard. The dashboard serves as your command center. It gives you a quick overview of everything happening on your account, from your assigned polling unit and reporting status to important notifications and recent activities. Here, you can quickly see pending tasks, monitor your reporting progress, and access frequently used features without navigating through multiple pages. It's the first place you'll visit whenever you log in. Next, let's explore My PU results. After voting has concluded and counting is complete, this is where you'll submit the official results from your assigned polling unit. The form guides you through every stage of the reporting process. You'll enter voter figures, including registered and accredited voters, followed by the total valid votes and rejected ballots. Next, you'll record the vote count for each political party exactly as it appears on the official EC8A result sheet. You'll also have the opportunity to include an observer's comment, where you can briefly describe how the election was conducted at your polling unit, including voter turnout, the atmosphere, and any significant observations. To complete your submission, you'll upload the required supporting evidence, such as a clear image. I'll show you how to sign up on NG Election Polls in just a few simple steps. First, visit the NG Election Polls website and click Get Started. Next, choose how you want to participate. If you're signing up as an eyewitness, you'll need to be a registered voter. Eyewitnesses report activities and upload election results from their polling unit. They are assigned to specific polling units where they submit verified reports and results. Eyewitnesses may also be compensated for their participation, depending on assignment and engagement. If you're a subscriber, this role is perfect if you want to support the electoral process without being physically present at a polling unit. Subscribers can help verify uploaded election results and flag inconsistencies or irregularities in submitted results to ensure accuracy and transparency. If polling unit slots for eyewitnesses are full, you can still participate actively as a subscriber. If you choose to be a volunteer, you will support election coordination activities before and during election day. Volunteers assist with training, sensitization, and voter mobilization efforts ahead of the election. On election day, they may also help with coordination support at polling units. You can create your account by filling in your details manually or by signing up with your Google account. Once you've registered, enter the OTP sent to your email to verify your account. Next, complete your profile by providing your personal details, including your gender and date of birth. Then select your coverage area by choosing your state and polling unit and answer the required questions. You'll be logged into your dashboard, where you can begin contributing to a more transparent and credible electoral process. Welcome to NG Election Polls, where every verified report helps strengthen democracy. Welcome. In this quick guide, I'll show you how to sign up on NG Election Polls in just a few simple steps. First, visit the NG Election Polls website and click Get Started. Next, choose how you want to participate. If you're signing up as an eyewitness, you'll need to be a registered voter. Eyewitnesses report activities and upload election results from their polling unit. They are assigned to specific polling units where they submit verified reports and results. Eyewitnesses may also be compensated for their participation, depending on assignment and engagement. If you're a subscriber, this role is perfect if you want to support the electoral process without being physically present at a polling unit. Subscribers can help verify uploaded election results and flag inconsistencies or irregularities in submitted results to ensure accuracy and transparency. If polling unit slots for eyewitnesses are full, you can still participate actively as a subscriber. If you choose to be a volunteer, you will support election coordination activities before and during election day. Volunteers assist with training, sensitization, and voter mobilization efforts ahead of the election. On election day, they may also help with coordination support at polling units. You can create your account by filling in your details manually or by signing up with your Google account. Once you've registered, enter the OTP sent to your email to verify your account. Next, complete your profile by providing your personal details, including your gender and date of birth. Then select your coverage area by choosing your state and polling unit and answer the required questions. You'll be logged into your dashboard, where you can begin contributing to a more transparent and credible electoral process. Welcome to NG Election Polls, where every verified report helps strengthen democracy. Welcome. In this quick guide, I'll show you how to sign up on NG Election Polls in just a few simple steps. First, visit the NG Election Polls website and click Get Started. Next, choose how you want to participate. If you're signing up as an eyewitness, you'll need to be a registered voter. Eyewitnesses report activities and upload election results from their polling unit. They are assigned to specific polling units where they submit verified reports and results. Eyewitnesses may also be compensated for their participation, depending on assignment and engagement. If you're a subscriber, this role is perfect if you want to support the electoral process without being physically present at a polling unit. Subscribers can help verify uploaded election results and flag inconsistencies or irregularities in submitted results to ensure accuracy and transparency. If polling unit slots for eyewitnesses are full, you can still participate actively as a subscriber. If you choose to be a volunteer, you will support election coordination activities before and during election day. Volunteers assist with training, sensitization, and voter mobilization efforts ahead of the election. On election day, they may also help with coordination support at polling units. You can create your account by filling in your details manually or by signing up with your Google account. Once you've registered, enter the OTP sent to your email to verify your account. Next, complete your profile by providing...
Across Nigeria, thousands of young volunteers are stepping forward, not for politics, but for democracy.
Mama, take your time. We are here to help.
Thank you, my children.
Your vote matters.
Respect begins with service. Every voter deserves dignity, safety, and support.
Remember your rights.
You have the right to vote peacefully.
You have the right to privacy.
You have the right to ask questions.
You have the right to report irregularities.
Election polls empowers citizens to report, verify, and share real-time election activities across more than 176,000 polling units nationwide.
We 现在要走上一个小缓坡，前面就是投票台了。
When citizens work together with respect, transparency, and responsibility, democracy grows stronger. Every report matters. Every volunteer matters. Every vote matters. Join thousands of Nigerians protecting the integrity of our elections. Together, our voice builds a stronger democracy. Election Day is more than a date on the calendar. It is the day every Nigerian has the power to shape tomorrow.
Across Nigeria, thousands of young volunteers are stepping forward, not for politics, but for democracy.
Mama, take your time. We are here to help.
Thank you, my children.
Your vote matters.
Respect begins with service. Every voter deserves dignity, safety, and support.
Remember your rights.
You have the right to vote peacefully.
You have the right to privacy.
You have the right to ask questions.
You have the right to report irregularities. Election polls empowers citizens to report, verify, and share real-time election activities across more than 176,000 polling units nationwide.
We 现在要走上一个小缓坡，前面就是投票台了。
When citizens work together with respect, transparency, and responsibility, democracy grows stronger. Every report matters. Every volunteer matters. Every vote matters. Join thousands of Nigerians protecting the integrity of our elections. Together, our voice builds a stronger democracy. Election Day is more than a date on the calendar. It is the day every Nigerian has the power to shape tomorrow.
Across Nigeria, thousands of young volunteers are stepping forward, not for politics, but for democracy.
Mama, take your time. We are here to help.
Thank you, my children.
Your vote matters.
Respect begins with service. Every voter deserves dignity, safety, and support.
Remember your rights.
You have the right to vote peacefully.
You have the right to privacy.
You have the right to ask questions.
You have the right to report irregularities.
Election polls empowers citizens to report, verify, and share real-time election activities across more than 176,000 polling units nationwide.
我们现在要走上一个小缓坡，前面就是投票台了。
When citizens work together with respect, transparency, and responsibility, democracy grows stronger. Every report matters. Every volunteer matters. Every vote matters. Join thousands of Nigerians protecting the integrity of our elections. Together, our voice builds a stronger democracy. Election Day is more than a date on the calendar. It is the day every Nigerian has the power to shape tomorrow.
Across Nigeria, thousands of young volunteers are stepping forward, not for politics, but for democracy.
Mama, take your time. We are here to help.
Thank you, my children.
Your vote matters.
Respect begins with service. Every voter deserves dignity, safety, and support.
Remember your rights.
You have the right to vote peacefully.
You have the right to privacy.
You have the right to ask questions.
You have the right to report irregularities.
Election polls empowers citizens to report,
Mama, take your time. We are here to help.
Thank you, my children.
Your vote matters.
Respect begins with service. Every voter deserves dignity, safety, and support.
Remember your rights.
You have the right to vote peacefully.
You have the right to privacy.
You have the right to ask questions.
You have the right to report irregularities. Election polls empowers citizens to report, verify, and share real-time election activities across more than 176,000 polling units nationwide.
我们现在要走上一个小缓坡，前面就是投票台了。
When citizens work together with respect, transparency, and responsibility, democracy grows stronger. Every report matters. Every volunteer matters. Every vote matters. Join thousands of Nigerians protecting the integrity of our elections. Together, our voice builds a stronger democracy. Election Day is more than a date on the calendar. It is the day every Nigerian has the power to shape tomorrow.
Across Nigeria, thousands of young volunteers are stepping forward, not for politics, but for democracy.
Mama, take your time. We are here to help.
Thank you, my children.
Your vote matters.
Respect begins with service. Every voter deserves dignity, safety, and support.
Remember your rights.
You have the right to vote peacefully.
You have the right to privacy.
You have the right to ask questions.
You have the right to report irregularities. Election polls empowers citizens to report, verify, and share real-time election activities across more than 176,000 polling units nationwide.
我们现在要走上一个小缓坡，前面就是投票台了。
When citizens work together with respect, transparency, and responsibility, democracy grows stronger.
And I want to assure the people of Osun State, we are both with kind.
Every report matters. Everybody
is a good one, and we are hoping that INEC will keep to it. We'll hold you to your word, and Nigerians will ask.
I told you something.
Yeah.
In Osun State, I said, call me back. Let's have a post-election.
We will do the same. And promise that you will come.
Yes, I hope you will prove human rights.
Professor Kulaja,
the voice of Osun people, they can't follow.
Thank you so much for that assurance. And you heard him, and I said, the vote for the county security saying everything is on lockdown. They will ensure security of lives and property. Well, many thanks everyone for being part of this edition of the program. Tomorrow is a day that we cannot miss. It's a historical moment for the people of Osun State. Assurances are being given. But will you be counted? If you are a voter tomorrow, I think it's your time to take action. Thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow. This is the National Election Headquarters, and your channel television is your station to watch for any election coverage. Thanks so much for watching. 7 a.m. tomorrow, we'll be live on the field to cover the elections for you. Thanks so much. I'm Sean Kimale. God bless you.
The dance of nature is an ancient rhythm. Every motion contributes to an unspoken choreography of harmony. Every creature is part.
Why did you cancel your midterm subscription? Does everything I want for a one-time cost. I'll show
Join thousands of Nigerians protecting the integrity of our elections. Together, our voice builds a stronger democracy. Election Day is more than a date on the calendar. It is the day every Nigerian has the power to shape tomorrow.
Across Nigeria, thousands of young volunteers are stepping forward, not for politics, but for democracy.
Mama, take your time. We are here to help.
Thank you, my children.
Your vote matters.
Respect begins with service. Every voter deserves dignity, safety, and support.
Remember your rights.
You have the right to vote peacefully.
You have the right to privacy.
You have the right to ask questions.
You have the right to report irregularities.
Every report matters. Every volunteer matters. Every vote matters. Join thousands of Nigerians protecting the integrity of our nation. Together, our voice builds a stronger democracy. Election Day is more than a date on the calendar. It is the day every Nigerian has the power to shape tomorrow.
Across Nigeria, thousands of young volunteers are stepping forward, not for politics, but for democracy.
Mama, take your time. We are here to help.
Thank you, my children.
Your vote matters.
Respect begins with service. Every voter deserves dignity, safety, and support.
Remember your rights.
You have the right to vote peacefully.
You have the right to privacy.
You have the right to ask questions.
You have the right to report irregularities.
In Alekuwodo, in the Salvation Army School, where we're seeing deployment of some of the officials, and this adds about 2 or so polling units. But Ezenwa, since you arrived about 40 minutes ago, what have you noticed?
Well, it tells you how logistically what may happen. It gives you a peep into what may happen logistically. Like we said, this is the RAC center, and this is just a few minutes after 7 o'clock, and we have seen that quite a lot of the folks who will be doing this work are already out there. They've moved out to their different polling units. Just a few of them who will be handling the polling units in this place are around. If the morning is good, we hope that's what the evening will look like as well.
Yeah. Bukola, what do you make of the expectations, especially the NYC, the core members who are doing their mandatory 1-year youth corps service to the nation, and they are the ones that are going to keep charge of this election?
I mean, this is amazing. Of course, with what I have seen now, you see them already here on time, and then you can see that they are moving into their polling units now, which is, and all of them fully ready. In fact, before coming here, I have to pass through another RAC center, which I also saw the same, the same preparation and then the readiness of the core members. So I understand they've been trained. I understand they've been here since, day before yesterday. So what it means is that it looks like they are fully prepared for this election, and also in terms of the logistics that we have seen, you can see they are fully ready, even ready to board the vehicle to their various polling units. This is, of course, encouraging.
Very interesting what we are saying. But look, I like us to look at the scenario, which is, I'm not going to take you away from the scene because I know you want to see what is going on. And if one of the cameras can just give us vivid situation of what is going on in the background, because just in our background, you will see them with the materials, and we are just about an hour away from the opening of the ballot, and this is very crucial. This process is important. Whether INEC could be successful, this is the fundamental part of what makes INEC successful in the opening of the ballot. They say they got everything tidy. They told us yesterday on China's television that they printed the ballot papers right here in Nigeria, as against the rhetorics and the narrative that it was printed outside of Nigeria. They've followed the tradition of, in the last few years, of printing the ballot papers right here. The sensitive materials. But if anything is going to happen significantly, whether INEC is going to get it right in the opening of the ballot, this is how we get to know, isn't it?
The activation of the RAC center gives you a good sense of what will happen logistically. But beyond that is also the fact that by the time we came, this place was a bit crowded, but as at now, it's a bit, people have moved out. But setting up
and making sure that the security agencies also support these early deployments, because it's an interplay of different stakeholders working together to make sure that the punctuality index for the opening of the polls is as good as we expect. But it's all beautiful, great weather from what we're seeing this morning, because this is rainy season. We are not encumbered by that challenge right now, and I hope we have a very good election in Osun State.
Bukola, what can you tell us about what he has said? You can see them, they're gradually getting ready. These young men and women who are serving our nation, yet will put their service to task. They will put their service to test. How ready they are to defend our nation in one of the most critical aspects of our democracy, elections.
I think with what I have seen, very, very encouraging, and with what they are doing. But at the same time, one good thing you need to also look at it, that we should not just separate them as core member alone. We should also separate them. We should also classify them as young people. And this talks about the impact and the contribution of the young people to our democracy. Most times you say people actually look at, young people are not participating. This is also part of participation. This is also what they are contributing. Now, when you look at over 3,000.
Look at her there. She's trying to tidy up.
Naturally, this is not supposed to be a job.
This is not a job.
It's not a job.
Trying to clean up.
That tells you that citizenship spirit, that tells you that dedication that we have seen. And that tells you that, look, the contribution of the young people is also great when you come to our democratic...
This has something to do with her upbringing. Absolutely. It's much more her upbringing now. Coming in an environment and finding it untidy and doing something about it. And that's that spirit that we talk about, that spirit of young people, the ones who will not just step over, who will do something. But more importantly, is that the rhetoric about this election, you will have thought that nobody, these presiding officers, these core members will not show up. It will not show up. They are showing up is thumbs up for the resilient spirit of the Nigerian young person. And I think we need to encourage this.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm looking at them. They're getting ready. It's just about an hour before the opening of the ballot. But look, they say how successful the day will be is in the rising of the sun.
Yeah, the body tells the day, actually.
So you look at these young people, and on the other side of this place, you will see voters critically trying to get themselves ready. They're checking for their names and they're checking for their records, because that matters a lot. If your name is not in this polling unit or in this area, you cannot be part of it, because that is the very first thing you do as a voter. Yeah. Because our viewers need to understand the processes that lead up to you.
Smita, we're restructuring. Your role is being eliminated.
When?
End of month.
Mom, your access card. Take care, Mom. It was always good to see you.
Lost auntie? Reception's that way.
So, Smita ji, 22 years at company. That's a lot of one company.
I helped build that department from 4 people to 40.
Sure. It's just we move fast here. Very AI first, very young team. Do you think you'd keep up culturally?
I use ChatGPT and I'm very strong in Excel, PowerPoint, reporting.
No offense, but my mom still calls me to fix her email. Just so you know, we have 340 applications for this role. Every candidate uses ChatGPT. We'll be in touch.
How many now? 26. Same. Last year. What changed?
I stopped thinking the market owed me something because of my experience. Experience is the foundation, but the house has to be built with new materials. I don't understand half the tools they're asking about. Neither did I. Coursive, AI certificate program, 28 days, 15 minutes a day. Not just ChatGPT for everything. Right tool for each task. Automation, agents, the whole stack. My output changed. My interviews changed. The questions stopped feeling like traps. Smita, you have 22 years they don't have. They have the tools, you can have both. Nobody touches that combination. I need a full financial analysis, multi-source data, scenario modeling, client-ready deck. How long? 20 minutes.
Go ahead. You set up an agent for this in 20 minutes?
Most people use AI like a search engine. The real work is the automation, the agents, tools that do the repetitive tasks so you can focus on the judgment. 22 years of knowing what clients actually need, plus the tools to build it fast. AI certificate program, 28 days.
Where did you learn this?
15 minutes a day instead of watching the news after dinner.
When can you start? Smita. Good first week.
Thank you.
Mummy, how was the first week?
Good. They have a young team, fast. I like it.
And the AI tools?
They asked me to teach them.
What if you could create an entire AI video project from an idea to the final edited video, all inside one browser? No jumping between 5 different AI tools, no downloading acid, no consistently rewriting the prompts because one tiny detail changed. Today I'm testing Students 2.5 inside CapCut Web, and honestly, this might be one of the biggest upgrades to AI video generation this year. By the end of this video, we'll know exactly how to create longer AI videos, control your edits with incredible precision, and build a complete production workflow using only CapCut Web. So let's get started. The problem every AI creator faces. Now let's build something. As you can see over here, after opening CapCut Web, choose Video Studio over here on the left hand side. Then select Premiere Students 2.5 over here. I already selected. There are many models, but you need to select Premiere Students 2.5 to generate 30-second clips. Then select your aspect ratio. How many seconds do you want to generate, and the picture quality. Now what you need to do is put in your prompt. As you can see over here, after putting my prompt, just click on enter over here. After entering the prompt, the students start generating the scenes. The quality, as you can see over here in the video, is impressive, especially the camera movement, lighting, scene consistency. Since it supports longer generation, the story feels much more natural instead of feeling like disconnected short clips. And now you can upload 50 multimodal reference assets. That means you can generate consistent character across different scenes. You can add your brand logo to generate your commercial, and you can also create custom skills over here. This is probably one of my favorite features. As you can see over here on the skill section, there are many skills. You can choose professional, efficiency, image, marketing videos, video or trending videos. You can either choose ready-made skills over here, or you can create your own custom skill. Think of it as teaching the AI how you normally create videos. You can upload your references or simply describe your creative rules. For example, always use blue lightning, use this character, keep this logo, this is my name, use it everywhere, this is my brand name. So you don't have to repeat all those instructions again. Your workflow becomes much faster while maintaining consistency of the brand. Now let's say I want to switch to a different scene or background. Maybe from 12 seconds to 80 seconds. I want the background changed to a beach or something else like a more dark water. Instead of regenerating the entire project, I simply target the timestamp. The AI updates only the section. This saves a huge amount of time, especially no longer videos. For creators working with clients, this could dramatically
Now, you have to come, find out that your name is in this very polling center. If your name is not here, you can't approach the presiding officers, and then you can't cast your vote here. So early, those who have come out early is about passion, is about interest. And many times we are uncharitable to our people when we say, oh, they are not interested in democracy. You talked about when in your opener, you talked about collection of PVCs, 1.9 registered voters. That's significant. That's huge, and that is what Bukola called participation. Because many times we say, oh, people are no longer participating. This is evidence that people are interested in this democracy and they want it to work.
Absolutely. But one thing is very critical. Let's take you through some of the figures that are very, very important and I will go to the issues of violence, which is a major thing leading up to this election. I'm not sure in the last few years we've seen so much of violence that have come into an election. I tell you how critically and how intensely this election is being contested for. Well, let's look at it. The figures are very staggering. We've seen an increase in PVC collection. That's very encouraging. That is almost 100% in Ekiti. It's about 81% here in Osun State. But look at it. History tells us Osun can be extraordinarily close. The winning margin was more than 101,000 votes in 2014. Just 482 votes in 2018. 28,344 votes in 2022. Those are the margins in all of the in each of the election here that determine who won the election. That tells you that if 482 votes can determine who won the election, it tells you that every vote is of essence in this election. So today, every polling unit will matter. Every vote will matter, and perhaps most importantly, the integrity of every step of the process will also matter. If you look at what we're saying, 30 local government areas, 332 wards, 3,763 polling units. These are the figures we are looking at, and it's a population of over 3 million people, 2.339233 voters. Bukola, make sense of these figures for us.
Fantastic figure, and I think we need to first of all look at the number of that PVC collected. Now, 81% actually, when you look at that, is actually not a bad number. Though it might be a bit lower compared to what you have in Ekiti, that you have 97%, but you have 81% here now, and that talks about a whole lot of things. But again, that number also did not include downloadable PVC, because when you have to look, INEC has not released that number of people that downloaded their PVC and then they will be able to use it, because the national chairman also talked about, look, they are going to use downloadable PVC. The REC have also emphasized it for those people who have gone through that process to download their PVC. It will be interesting to add that number to this to see what we have. Again, you also have to look at, in terms of participation that you mentioned, Osun State election has always been very, very competitive. For instance, when you look at that figure of 2014, where you have 100,000 margin of lead, and I think 101,000 margin of lead. You compare that with what we have been having in Ekiti. For instance, in 2014 in Ekiti, I think 2014, where a governor had about 16, won the entire 16 local governments. Now, which it was 16-0, and I don't think that has ever happened in Osun, where we had 30-0, and so it has always been a competitive election. Then you move into 2018, the margin of lead was less than 500. So then you come to 2018, which you mentioned, 2022, which is like about 28,000. So which means Osun election has always been very competitive. Then leading up to this election, you have also seen how competitive in terms of campaign, in terms of mobilization, this has been. So in this election, if we have to really ask ourselves, one thing I think will happen in this election is that every vote will matter, every vote can make a difference, and I also see that the polling agents are going to be very, very alert, because they are going into a competitive election.
For just $67, you can generate as many videos as you want and never have to worry about showing your face on camera or using complex editing tools. With only a few clicks with Toonbee, you can generate a high-converting video just like the one you're watching right now. Creating cartoon videos has never, ever been easier. If you can click a mouse, you can create studio-quality cartoon videos in minutes. Every animation in this video was generated with Toonbee, and you're still watching. That proves how engaging cartoon videos truly are. Cartoon videos educate better, capture attention longer, and convert faster, making them one of the smartest investments you can make for your business. So here's the deal. If you visited toonbee.ai right now, you'd see that Toonbee
Absolutely. What does those figures tell you, those numbers? Because increasing number in the terms of people on the ballot, but participation is very key, isn't it?
Yeah, so there are, like we know, there are many reasons why people will come out to vote. What do they think about governance generally? That is an indication that hits at the heart of why people vote. Is government responsible to the citizens in a way that they want to reciprocate that responsibility? That's key. But what we are not paying attention to is the resource component of what has happened in Osun State. Osun State has become one of the hubs for mining, mineral resources, and these are very important mineral resources. So the context is not just about now what comes from the federal, it is also about who controls the resources of the state. So that has made it more competitive. The political economy of this election is much more attractive now to politicians. If you control this state, you control its mineral resources, you control IGR, you control. So it wasn't like that before. It wasn't the significant play that mineral resources is playing in the state now was not what it used to be in time past. So these numbers is also about how the people themselves feel about their own responsibility in this that is at stake right now. So I am thinking that we will see more push because everyone is out, the opposition, the position, and you know that the significant thing about this now is that the government here is in position, but it's opposition, outside of it. So the interplay of all of this is what's going to make this election very interesting.
Interesting. Well, your expectations, Bukola, for this election, if you compare from Ekiti, what the figures are telling us, the number of PVC collected and the turnout of voters, makes sense of the numbers for me. Were you excited, or does it give you some sense of hope that there will be, if we saw an increasing number on the register, compared to the people who turn up to the election? If you look at Osun, if you want to, do the permutation, does it excite you to see whether or not people are going to come out? If you use Ekiti's figures to be able to extrapolate.
So, judging with that Ekiti figure, I think Osun people will come out because let's go back. Ekiti State, if you look at their turnout from 2014, because they have the same election year, 2014, 2018, 2022, I don't think Ekiti State, in fact, Ekiti State have not surpassed 45% when you look at it, in terms of turnout. In fact, the last one is not even up to 35% or thereabout. Or no, I think it's like 36. Now, what it means is that if you look at 2014 in the Osun State, that was 53% turnout. Then in 2018, they have like about 45%. Then in 2022, they have 42% turnout. So what it means and what the data is saying in Ekiti Osun is that, look, Ekiti may have higher PVC collection but lower voter turnout. Now, you also have Osun that consistently for the 3 elections have not gone below 40%. So what it means again is that it's possible, and which I think, and this is my expectation, that you are likely going to have close to that 40% turnout here in this election. And I think it's one election that the citizens also want to participate. The politicians are also mobilizing, and just because of one of the reasons is because of what he said. In the past, you may not even be interested. Allocations are small. There is no mineral resources. You don't even control it. Now they have increased allocation. Then there are mineral resources that can also generate more IGR for you to work with. So what it means is that they are also mobilizing, and at the same time, I don't want us to believe that the politicians are not mobilizing or want to buy votes. No, they also know that the number matters because the limit at which you can influence processes is limited. So they also need that number. So I think the mobilization and what the participation we are likely going to see here, I am not expecting that it will be less than 40%.
Is there an Omonile syndrome in what you are saying? Because the excitement with which you are talking about, what APT population, local government 16, here 30. And so these comparisons, we need to be nuanced about it in a way that guarantees the fact that we are conscious of, the play. The dynamics of it is also completely different from what is playing here. And I think that much more than any other thing, the mobilization will have to be centered on what you just cut off from. Now there is bigger interest in why people have to, especially the politicians. They are not.
Sorry, Ezewa. Yeah. I want our viewers to see what is going on, because these election ad hoc officials, they are playing several roles. At some point they're looking like architects. At some point they're looking like bricklayers. At some point they are looking like they play a lot of roles. But see, they're trying to mark out. They're trying to map out. They're trying to disaggregate, and they're trying to clean up at the same time. And you see the coordinators trying to make things happen. And you see the manner in which they're trying to get their environment set up. And that was the same lady. It does look like this lady should be made the commissioner for environment, because she's just particular about cleaning up the place before getting work started. And you can see from up close there how they're getting things ready. Observers are all over this place. This is a major, like we said, this is our fourth time in a fourth election cycle. There were covering elections right here at the Salvation Army School in Alekuwodo. Alekuwodo is a densely populated area in Osogbo, and take it with you. This information, very important. Osogbo is going to be a battleground. The top contenders, about the 3 top contenders in this race, are from Osun West. And you know what that means. A lot of them are going to battle from areas that are outside of Osun West. They're going to go for Central, and they're going to go for East. In those territorial districts, you have 10 local governments evenly distributed across the 3 senatorial districts. But one thing that is very critical, you look at Irepodu, Olorunda, Osogbo, these are heavy local government areas that have over 100,000 registered voters. If anybody is ready to win this election, have their eyes there.
They're not.
It's in Osun West,
but the
figures are very. The 2 headers, and you look at also the 4 Ifes, and you look at Elisha, you look at Olorunda, you look at the Irepodu. Osogbo is the father of them all, has the biggest figure, but in all of this is typically what you find there, Bukola.
But are you not looking at cosmopolitanism and what it does to participation? Because when you talk about Osogbo is not, you have play of different communities in Osogbo who may not feel that real stake, as it were. So many times in Ado-Ekiti, for instance, you saw that even when they had high number, turnout was a bit significantly low. So when we play this, what is important is the kind of mobilization that the politicians, having good number does not guarantee in registration, does not guarantee. It's the kind of investment in mobilization that takes place that gives you. And what we have is a majoritarian situation. If you have the highest number of votes, pick it from wherever you can pick it, and then make sure that you have the 25% into thoughts of the local governments. You are good to go.
Absolutely. Look at it now. This is another stage that we have entered into. It does look like the ballot box will be just beside them over there, and the voters are going to come from this way. I imagine that they were going to use the shield of the building because of the weather, because it's looking like it might rain, and I probably will check what the weather.
The weather forecast actually predicted rain around 11 and a bit of in the evening.
So if I were them,
we hope
I'll probably relocate the sitting area behind where they can be shielded and the materials can also not get wet. But this is in their own wisdom. This is how best they think this should
with the expectation that there won't be rain.
There won't be rain. But they needed to have checked the weather just like you did. Well, if you look at the manner in which we're seeing the setting up, it is an open secret ballot system. That is what our laws, that is what our electoral culture, that is what our system allows for. And that is what we're going to be saying. Because these will guard against vote buy. I know that politicians have their ways around, and everyone is smiling. It's supposed to guard against vote buying. When we see you go into the cubicle to print and vote on the ballot, but it does look like you have another idea. You think that vote buying is going to happen?
Well, the disingenuous nature of our politicians manifests in the way they always subvert processes. They are no longer coming to look at the polling cubicles. They are doing accreditation right now. They accredit people just like the presiding officers are accrediting. You come somewhere else, accredit, and then when you vote, you come back to where you are going to. So the collection points are no longer within where, at least you saw that in Ekiti. You didn't see anybody around the polling unit. But all this is about is the secrecy of the ballot, the sanctity, the sacredness of that ballot. And once you take it away, it's no longer democracy. The very idea that I can go into that place and take a decision by myself, irrespective of whatever, is what these young people are trying to guarantee right there.
I'm very certain that they have about 1,000 more voters in this, because if you look at the delineation that has been done, the minimum or the standard is about between 800 and 1,000 voters. And from history, this is usually heavy attendance that we see. This is a school, although there's a lot of grass. I know the students need to have gone through some discipline to have cut the grass. But it seems that the grass is going faster than they can handle. But I mean, looking at what it looks like, it's taking them more time to be able to determine what exactly and how they will position their station.
The first thing, because you also need to understand that, is that in this particular polling unit now we are expecting 2 beavers machine, because the cutoff for 1 beavers for INEC is 750. They have more than 800 voters here, so we expect 2 beavers machine to function here. And at the same time, I am not actually worried, because they still have a bit of time. The voting is supposed to start at 8:30, but I know they will be able to meet up, because almost you can see the ballot. I mean, the polling booth already put in place. You can also see over there that the ballot box is also being tagged there, and then we hope that at any moment from now they will be ready to address the voters. But the most important thing here is, like we said, is always a place where you have more people coming. Now, when you look at this area, this is one of the closest polling unit to this cosmopolitan area that people can actually walk into and then have votes. So another thing we are going to see here today is, of course, I expect that in this particular polling unit, we are likely going to have more polling agents to be here than you are likely going to see in most of those interior. But like you rightly said, Osogbo is in the center, and Osogbo have the highest number of registered voters. So we see that, look, all eyes are on Osogbo, because they don't even have, the Central, for instance, don't have a contender in this day. So we, of course, you rightly put it, Osun Central, Osun East are likely going to be where most of the politicians we want to see, like, they are able to take substantive votes from that particular place. I also think that because when you look at the three contestants, major contestants, one of the things you find out is that all of them will share that Osun West because they are very popular in their district and they are likely going to share it. Yeah. Then all of them are now coming to the central and the east to take things. But again, one dynamics that the data is telling us about this is that, look, when you look at Osun Central, they may have the number, but in terms of average polling units per ward, you have it more in Osun East, Ilesha, Ife, all the 4 Ife. So you have more average polling unit per ward in in Osun East, and then you have registered voter also in Osun Center. So it's going to be an interesting, and I think, like what he said, don't let us deceive ourselves that we are looking for people buying votes all around here now. You see, I can tell you that the politicians have gone beyond that. I can tell you they have even done their calculation. They know what they have done. The M&E at which they put into, the monitoring and evaluation they put into this thing shows that you can actually go and vote and they know, oh, this is what they are likely going to have. They have done the graph. They have an average of what they are likely going to have. So they are only maybe they will be relying on some of the undecided voters that will come to the polling unit. But it's going to be an interesting election today, and also we just hope that it also is going to be a peaceful election.
Yeah. So. There are more women registered for this election than men. Compared to what we had in Ekiti. Ekiti has more men in terms of on the register. For this election, you have 52.79% women, and you have 47.21% who are women. But largely, students make up about 30% of the registered voters. What does that figure tell you, Izewa?
That also will impact turnout because most of the students who registered may have left Osun by now. Some of them, their parents may have pulled them back. So most of the students may not necessarily be indigenous. So that will impact turnout in a significant way with that 30%. But it's kudos to progress as well that we are now able to aggregate male, female, age, and all of those things, which if you remember, it used to be some of the things that we were calling for. That there needs to be, we need to be able to know who is doing what, sex and all of that. So for me, it's important. But we are not telling the viewers that whereas there are more women that have registered, there are no women contestants on the ballot, which is very key.
We have one.
Out of 15.
Out of 15,
there is one. There's a one governorship. That's incredible. And it's encouraging. It's a place to start.
Gentlemen of the press,
we should take out
Adebayo Simon Adewale, the governorship candidate of Alliance People's Movement in Osun Governorship Election 2026. After deep reflection and extensive consultation with party leaders, supporters, and stakeholders, I have decided to withdraw from the Osun State Governorship Election. This decision is not born out of pressure or personal interest. Rather, it is a conscious choice to place the interests of Osun above personal ambition. Having carefully assessed the situation, I believe Governor Ademola deserves another term to consolidate the progress of his administration as recorded. Accordingly, I hereby declare my full support for the re-election of His Excellency Senator Ademola Jackson Nuruddin Adeleke, and I call all my supporters, members of Alliance People's Movement, and the good people of Osun to join me in supporting the election. This decision is about the future of Osun. Politics should always serve the people And today I have chosen the path that I believe will best advance peace, stability, development, and the collective interest of our state. Thank you, and God bless Allied People's Movement. God bless Osun State. God bless Federal Republic.
Honorable Ademola Adeleke, known as Fayo, hereby endorses Excellency Senator Ademola Adeleke ahead of the August 15, 2026 Governorship Election. I encourage all PDP members, supporters, and structure across Osun State to share this position peacefully. Support the emergency of Ademola Adeleke as governor till 2030.
Yeah, this was the background. Just a moment, sir. This was the background for you saying that you and your group will retaliate because you believe that some of these people have been killing your own people, and that's why you say you don't want to see any Accord Party member, they should be killed.
Wait, today, last night to today, we have recorded more than 11 dead people. Several were wounded by this same group. And they are all members of my community, and they are all members of my party. If they are not members of my party, they are all my constituents. How will now, Senator Francis Fadamsi, how will I open my eyes? I'll be complaining to police. They have been releasing them on bail. They have been releasing them by high court. And the criminals have been released, and they are calling them their children. You don't want me to talk. Today, I had to lead my people to the palace. When we got to the palace, the other was not there. We met the junior one. We called the senior one that enough is enough. I cannot sit down that a governor starts terrorizing my community. Enough should be enough.
But Senator, is that a basis for you saying you will retaliate? Because you are a lawmaker, and there are those who will say, that sounds like the words of a lawbreaker. How would you say retaliate? How would you say people should be killed? And this is you telling people to take laws into their hands.
If you listen to me very well, I didn't say it in English. So you cannot interpret all this in English. I told them, this shows that they are weak. This shows that they cannot win. They should shut them down by their vote. They should kill them by their vote. So anybody that is interpreting into tip-top here and there, that is his business.
But we just played the video, Senator. We played the video.
Did you understand the Yoruba I say?
Yeah, I'm a Yoruba. I speak Yoruba fluently. I've read the news in Yoruba. I write Yoruba fluently with all of the marks. And what you said, and we can play it again, Senator, except if you say that you made a mistake in what you said, and if you say that that is exactly not what you said, but that is what we heard you say in that videotape. Was it that you made an error of judgment or error in your speech, Senator?
Look at the body of my statement. It was up to 30 minutes. What you have already brought out is an edited. So I don't belong to all those people that be arguing with you. Anybody who says his children should be killed, let him wait and be looking at them until he himself is eradicated from the something. I have made my point. The stops should be killing. We have reported to the Oba and his chief, and I've told my people they should go ahead and do their listening. They are discouraging them from this. The man talking in Ede, all his family and everybody, they are all there. Nobody has been killed in Ede. Why are you terrorizing my district? If you are a good governor, why are you terrorizing my governor? I mean, why are you terrorizing my
Senator, what are
tí a bá tún gbúrò akọ́ọ̀dù kankan nílé Zambia. Ìbò tá a máa dì í, ìbò ilé ẹ̀rìkọ́ọ̀dù mi ò kẹlẹ́ sọ́ọ́tì níbi. Ìgbà náà sọ, a ní fìlà burúkú dáńdé, fìlà yẹ́lò fìlà gẹ́ńdìsì, fìlà ẹranko, ẹranko ló ń pààyàn. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni. Èló ló ti rí tí APC pa. Abẹ́yìn ẹ̀yìn kọ́ ní gbogbo àwọn náà pa yìí. So, àti dé àti wá sọ fún yín. Títí dọjọ́ ìbò tí a bá rí wọn, pa ni o. Àwọn ìbò máa wò. Nǹkan Where are the killers called? The one they are talking about is a policeman doing his work. They are terrorizing people there. Many of these people have been coming here to report them. So we should listen to them because they are all my people. They are called people in Elisha. The PD people in Elisha. They are all my constituents. They are my own. I develop all of them. So if I say they should not listen to them when they come for vote, it doesn't mean that I ask them to kill them. If you kill, what you kill is a serious matter when you take life. They are the people taking life. I'm not. Have you ever seen me carrying talks?
Adebayo Simon Adewale, the governorship candidate of Alliance People's Movement in Osun Governorship Election 2026. After deep reflection and extensive consultation with party leaders, supporters, and stakeholders, I have decided to withdraw from the Osun State Governorship Election. This decision is not born out of pressure or personal interest. Rather, it is a conscious choice to place the interests of Osun above personal ambition. Having carefully assessed the situation, I believe Governor Ademola deserves another term to consolidate the progress of his administration as recorded. Accordingly, I hereby declare my full support for the re-election of His Excellency Senator Ademola Jackson Nuruddin Adeleke, and I call all my supporters, members of Alliance People's Movement, and the good people of Osun to join me in supporting the election. This decision is about the future of Osun. Politics should always serve the people, and today I have chosen the path that I believe will best advance peace, stability, development, and the collective interest of our state. Thank you, and God bless Alliance People's Movement.
Ademola Adeleke, known as Fayo, hereby endorses Excellency Senator Ademola Adeleke ahead of the August 15, 2026 Governorship Election. I encourage all PDP members, supporters, and structure across the state to share this position. To share this position peacefully, support the emergency of Ademola Adeleke as the governor till 2030.
Election, post-election, you could, but on E-Day, whatever happens is very minimal because all the competitors are out there making sure that they can get the overhand. So now, Ezra, where the areas that will burden me, and based on what we have seen, I want you to keep your border to yourself for today. I wouldn't. But look, it's good that we work on data. The only thing that you can work is the fact election day, election day data. We are watching election day. Why we are doing this is to also encourage people to say, do not allow yourself to be used. If people know that people have been killed and they know that they have a sense of the figures and the incident and the report, they know that they shouldn't allow it to happen. And that's why they need to watch out for places like Elisha East, Elisha West, Oduatin.
Ede South. These are areas that have recorded incidents in the last 2 weeks.
So, for instance, it is in Elisha that senator made that statement. Of course, you interviewed him. Now, after that statement, do you know 2 people were shot dead? After that statement he has made. So what it means is that, look, something happened in the last 2 weeks in Osun State, and that alone it calls for worry. And I'm happy that based on what has happened, the police knew about this, the security agency knew about this, they stepped up their deployment, which is a very good thing. You see, Osun State is dynamic in a way that, look, when you look at the competition, because you cannot just go and be beating drum and say, look, everything is is normal. Now, but again, what is violence? Violence is not limited to shooting alone. You know, intimidation, harassment, all of these things make what is called violence. And what is one of the things again we have seen, if you draw the pattern, is that you need to know that the end product of violence that you see, the intimidation, the harassment, for instance, when somebody says, look, if you see them, kill them, now that is a statement of intimidation. But what I am trying to say is that the end result is people are afraid, they don't want to come out, or when you hear somebody died here, the end result is that, oh, they don't want to come out. And most of these things are also impacting turnout. And that is why when you bring out the data, security agency, every other person use the data to say, look, this is where things are happening. This should inform our deployment and reinforce confidence in people to come out.
I want to encourage every Osun voter to go out and vote. This is a message, go out. Wherever you're watching, today, this morning, this hour, take our word for it. It's safe out here, as far as you can see. We are not in any house under any roof. It is safe. Go, don't let anyone intimidate you. Your vote will count. Stand by your vote. Stay with your ballot. Look at it, watch it, ensure that it is counted. Ensure that they take it to capture with the beavers machine and upload on IReV. It's your responsibility. All of the sounds of war, the gunshots, they will calm down today. Your vote will count. I'm sounding like a preacher already. But I'm begging you, leave your house right now and start coming out, wherever you may be. Come on.
This is what I wanted you to do. Data is important, no doubt about that. But data can also scare. Data can become a scare, a very big scare. And what is at play in this election is the people. The people will have to come out to vote. And the more they come out, the more the violent entrepreneurs are scared themselves. Because if you come here and there are 1,000 people, you are likely going to find your way, because you know you won't. There's the political economy to mobilization. Where is it again? There will be a lot of violence. So what then happens? You increase the number of mobilization, you know, and when you increase the number of mobilization, that has something to do. So let's play down that today. I mean, E-Day. Anybody who wants to do data, suddenly give me data of what happens on E-Day.
I've gone to the theology. I've gone to theological school. I have preached it to anyone of you. Whenever, if you have a family member, just tell them, you're watching China television, everything is fine, everything is okay.
And that's true. Where we are live at Aleku. So we are not in Lagos, we are not in Abuja. It's peaceful out here, and we are encouraging everybody. And the same thing that we have got from Malaysia everywhere.
Where they are is peaceful. Even where they are.
That's what I'm saying. That the information we have, again, from every other place is peaceful. I think people need to go out.
Just for a moment, because I will take you to Lagos. We will expand the conversation. But quickly, let me take you around this environment. If you don't believe, you can see me in flesh. I can touch everywhere. It's not AI. This is Bukola, not AI. Let me show you what is going on right here. You can see they are ready for you. Wherever you may be, they are ready for you to cast your ballot. This young men and women, they have woken up. They've been trained to do this. And this is what they are here to do. So come out, they're ready. In the next 30 minutes, the ballot will open. And for whatever you may think, this is going to go well. And of course, wherever you are voting, this is a cubicle where you will cast your ballot. So if you are a first-time voter, it's an open, secret ballot system where you come here, you thumbprint, and you go drop it in the box. But there is one thing that is important: the number of security operatives that we see gives some sense of confidence about the security in the exercise. The transportation is, we've seen a lot of deployment, and look at them there. You first of all go there where the register is, you check for your name, then you go there to go and queue up. Of course, a lot will be happening in the coming hours and minutes leading up to this election. It's going to be a very interesting one. Eyes are on this election. It's the last election, off-cycle election, before the main one. Before I go to Lagos, my colleague, Eyitope Kuteyi, has been covering some areas for us. Let us hear Eyitope Kuteyi. What is the situation where you are right now, Eyitope?
It's the D-Day of the Osun State Governorship Election, and after 3 months of intensive campaign by political parties, today voters will decide their fate as they cast their ballots at the polling booths to choose who will lead them in the next 4 years. I'm at Unit Forward 5 in Okefia in Osogbo, local government area of Osun State, and behind me, security operatives. This is a polling unit, and security operatives are already on ground with election officials and electoral materials to ensure that this election starts by 8:30 according to electoral laws. And to recall that INEC told me yesterday that they will be at the polling unit early enough waiting for voters, and I think they're keeping to their words. And if you can see by my right hand side here, the election officials are already pasting the names of voters on the wall, preparing to commence this election this morning. We're on ground to bring you up to speed with everything happening around this election across the 30 local government areas of Osun State. It's back to you in Lagos.
It's my lower back flaring up again.
Okay, Sophie, I can see in your notes that last time you had a session with Tim.
Oh, yeah.
He's actually available Thursday at 3:30. Does that work?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that works.
Okay, great. I've just sent you a confirmation email. Is there
Give your patients secure around-the-clock phone and chat support with 11 agents.
Do you ever have an idea so big it feels exhausting to even dream about? Like a goal so far away, you don't even know what the first step looks like. Maybe it's creating that first video, training for a marathon, or finally coding that app. For me, it's always been selling my unique skills and processes online. I've always told myself I was inadequate, that it would be too difficult and it'd take too much time. But this winter, I finally went against that fear. With Shopify, a complete e-commerce platform.
Quite an interesting conversation, Kelly, with Sheung, Mr. Zenwa, as well as Ido of Kimpact. Thank you very much, Kimbe. Senior advocates, so you can see in some places security agencies are being deployed, others they are already.
The layer of the structure in an election process. You have the state as a constituency. You have the local government. You have the ward. You have the RAC. You have the polling unit. How does that work? Give us why does INEC need to layer the system in that manner? Well, we run a district. You have a senatorial district. You have constituencies, and then so in that way you have to bring it down to the unit, which is the polling unit. So you vote at the polling unit. And when you vote at the polling unit, the ward is the center of all the polling units within that ward. Some wards are bigger than others.
but all the aggregation of the results from those words come to this, and then it is pushed again to the local government, and from the local government. So it's just patterned around our system, the kind of system that we run. But is it cumbersome? Is there something we can do about it to reduce, maybe technology can help. That's where people are talking, but does anybody completely rely on technology? That's a question that only Shehu Okinbalo can answer.
Look at what we're seeing here. A lot of people do not know the value of beavers in the mix, what the role of beavers and what it should be doing in the mix. So give us an understanding that there is a biometrics, there's a fingerprint, there's a record of the voter right in the memory of the beavers. Then it has to also accredit or confirm and authorize that the PVC machine is that of the owner.
So the beavers, of course, is one of the most important process or gadgets or equipment for this election, and it helps in accreditation. In fact, it's the beavers that accredit. Now, with the aid of the presiding officer or the election official, and this is how it works. So you check your name, and then you come with your card PVC, and when you come with your card PVC, you give it to the presiding officer or the election official, who look at it and then check. And now, if the information on that PVC is also on the beavers, and then to now authenticate that, look, you are the owner of this thing, because your biometric, your fingerprints and your facials are already in that particular place, in that particular beaver. So what it does now is that, look, I confirm this card, I need to confirm that the holder of this card is also the person with that the information is on the beaver. So it asks you to thumbprint or you use your facial, and those two things are very unique because nobody has your exact face, the coordinate of your face, and nobody has the exact fingerprint that you have. So when you can either use your fingerprint or your facials, and after that, and then the moment it takes it and say you have been accredited, that means you are the owner and you are the true person that own that PVC, and you are the one in front of that election official. Then the ballot paper will now be issued for you to go and vote, and that is their process. That process is so important, so that, and you remember in those days where there was a time, and I know you will remember that time, that you have Mike Tyson on the ballot, on the registered voter, and all those people that you. But this now link you directly to the registered voter, which is is a very good innovation that we have seen.
Now it does look like some of the candidates are voting quite early. The candidate of Accord Party and the incumbent governor, Senator Ademola Adeleke, is voting in Ede. His arrival, you can see right there on the screen, the senator in a very fortified political home front of Ede. And those who say historically from his older brother, the late Senator Adeleke, and their dynasty, Adeleke dynasty, have held strong sway in Ede. And you wonder that quite early, and interesting that he's come out this early, wearing all clad in white and in the very significant Sherubawo hat. You remember how Sherubawo will don his hat when he was a senator until his death. And this is what I think is significant also, because Senator Adeleke, not only that they look alike, he has some semblance, and today coming out in Sherubawo kind of cap is always very interesting. So Senator Ademola Adeleke there casting his ballot in Ede. Sherubawo means nothing here now. It means absolutely nothing. Alias of his senior brother. Yes, so nobody is afraid of anybody anymore. What is important is that people should come out and cast their votes. And it's important. It resonates with the stake. When people come out early, it also inspires the supporters to say, okay, he has come out. And I'm sure that if we have the seed also.
Cartoons make complex ideas easy to understand and are incredibly effective at teaching and selling. But instead of telling you about how amazing Toonby really is, why don't I just show you?
Whence democracy grows stronger. Every report matters. Every volunteer matters. Every vote matters. Join thousands of Nigerians protecting the integrity of our nations. Together, our voice builds a stronger democracy. Election Day is more than a date on the calendar. It is the day every Nigerian has the power to shape tomorrow.
Across Nigeria, thousands of young volunteers are stepping forward, not for politics, but for democracy.
Mama, take your time. We are here to help.
Thank you, my children.
Your vote matters.
Respect begins with service. Every voter deserves dignity, safety, and support.
Remember your rights.
You have the right to vote peacefully.
You have the right to privacy.
You have the right to ask questions.
You have the right to report irregularities.
Election polls empowers citizens to report, verify, and share real-time election activities across more than 176,000 polling units nationwide.
We 们现在要走上一个小缓坡，前面就是投票台了。
When citizens work together with respect, transparency, and responsibility, democracy grows stronger. Every report matters. Every volunteer matters. Every vote matters.
The quicker we can conclude the exercise, the earlier the sorting and the result collation can begin, and the earlier we know the winner. So once you come out, you and your supporters see that you have come out to vote, is also some kind of energizer to allow people to also come out early.
The investment should be in the process. At this point, what is important is that this goes seamlessly. Accreditation, the BVAS is working, the presiding officers are doing their work professionally, the security agents are vigilant and ensuring that law and order is maintained within the precincts of voting. While all of that is going on, later on we'll be bothered about outcomes. Outcomes could go anyway, and what is important is that let the people of Osun State be the ones casting this vote and determining who governs them for the next 4 years.
Absolutely. Just before we get to the top of the hour, and we're returning to Lagos now, Bukola, what will be your final a word in this round of our conversation in the opening of this election of a very critical one. It's critical because it's the last off-cycle election before the big one in 2027. And significantly, it's going to be the first time elections will be conducted in January since 1999.
Absolutely. And I think this is the first election also that we will be using downloadable PVC. Let me first of all say that this is the first election that this 2026 electoral act will be competitively put in use, and I think it's instructive. So whatever we are able to look at in Osun election, we'll be able to correct as we move into 2027 election. But of course, my admonition has not changed. It's still to the people, come out and vote, because even the turnout in Osun may also have an impact with the general election. But when people also know that Osun State, you set the pace, you come out, you achieve that higher number of voter turnout, and I think is everybody will be encouraged to come out in that election. It's still to tell the people to come out and vote.
Thank you, Bukola. Bukola's reaction is infectious. And I understand it perfectly. Which is good. I understand it perfectly. He's talking about defense now. First, all of those things have to do with fun. Let us come out and vote. And let us vote in peace. Let us ensure that the environment is peaceful. The politician, the people are all from Osun State. And you are one family, really, if you understand it that way. Let's ensure that at the end of the day, we don't do anything that diminishes, the quality of citizenship in Osun State. Thank you very much.
Always good to have you.
Excited.
Doing this.
Thank you.
Partner in progress in this. Thank you so much, Ambukola. Many thanks for having you again right here. This is some sort like an oracle for us, because it's a place where we think that you need to start your day on an election day such as this. We right here on China Television, we're bringing you a commitment, a statement that we have you in our heart and we have you in our plans ahead of the big election. This is just a litmus test to let you know that every information, every data that is available will bring to you, and we make sense of the electoral process for you right here at the Salvation Army in Aleku Ward, one of the biggest racks in Osogbo. Osogbo being one of the biggest local government areas in terms of voting population in Osun State for these very critical elections right here. Of course, this is how we wrap it up. But just look at the queue. It's growing, it's growing, it's growing. And I'm asking, what about your interest in this exercise? We're signing off, and it's back to you in Lagos from all of us here. We'll see you in a short while.
I ain't got no limit, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm limitless. I ain't got no limit, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm limitless. They can't stop me now, yeah, that's right. Cause I'm limitless. It's my turn right now, watch me work. Yeah, I'm limitless. I ain't got no limit, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm limitless. I ain't got no limit, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm
This is a song about a legend.
She's the quiet kind of legend.
Is that you? Wait, this needs to sound way more iconic.
She's a wildflower. Got a secret power. Don't judge my
one. We call the senior one that enough is enough. I cannot sit down that a governor starts terrorizing my community. Enough should be enough.
But Senator, is that a basis for you saying you will retaliate because you are a lawmaker? And there are those who will say, that sounds like the words of a lawbreaker. How would you say retaliate? How would you say people should be killed? And this is you telling people to take laws into their hands.
If you listen to me very well, I didn't say it in English. So you cannot interpret all this in English. I told them, this shows that they are weak. This shows that they cannot win. They should shut them down by their vote. They should kill them by their vote. So anybody that is interpreting into tip-top here and there, that is his business.
But we just played the video, Senator. We played the video.
Did you understand the Yoruba I say?
Yeah, I'm a Yoruba. I speak Yoruba fluently. I've read the news in Yoruba. I write Yoruba fluently with all of the marks. And what you said, and we can play it again, Senator, except if you say that you made a mistake in what you said, and if you say that that is exactly not what you said, but that is what we heard you say in that videotape. Was it that you made an error of judgment or error in your speech, Senator?
Look at the body of my statement. It was up to 30 minutes. What you have already brought out is an edited. So I don't belong to all those people that be arguing with you. Anybody who says his children should be killed, let him wait and be looking at them until he himself is eradicated from something. I have made my point. The stops will be killing. We have reported to the Oba and his chief, and I've told my people they should go ahead and do their listening. They are discouraging them from this. The man talking in Ede, all his family and everybody, they are all there. Nobody has been killed in Ede. Why are you terrorizing my district? If you are a good governor, why are you terrorizing my governor? I mean, why are you terrorizing my
Senator?
Is it the only district
Senator, what has yeah, this was the background. Just for a moment, sir. This was the background for you saying that you and your group will retaliate because you believe that some of these people have been killing your own people, and that's why you say you don't want to see any Accord Party member, they should be killed.
Wait, today, last night and today, we have recorded more than 11 dead people. Several were wounded by this same group. And they are all members of my community, and they are all members of my party. If they are not members of my party, they are all my constituents. How will now, Senator Francis Fadamsi, how will I open my eyes? I'll be complaining to police. They have been releasing them on bail. They have been releasing them by high court. And the criminals have been released, and they are calling them their children. You don't want me to talk. Today, I had to lead my people to the palace. When we got to the palace, the Oba was not there. We met a junior one. We called the senior one that enough is enough. I cannot sit down that a governor starts terrorizing my community. Enough should be enough.
But Senator, is that a basis for you saying you will retaliate because you are a lawmaker? And there are those who will say, that sounds like the words of a lawbreaker. How would you say retaliate? How would you say people should be killed? And this is you telling people to take laws into their hands.
If you listen to me very well, I didn't say it in English. So you cannot interpret all this in English. I told them, this shows that they are weak. This shows that they cannot win. They should shut them down by their vote. They should kill them by their vote. So anybody that is interpreting into tip-top here and there, that is his business.
But we just played the video, Senator. We played the video.
Did you understand the Yoruba I say?
Yeah, I'm a Yoruba. I speak Yoruba fluently. I've read the news in Yoruba. I write Yoruba fluently with all of the marks. And what you said, and we can play it again, Senator, except if you say that you made a mistake in what you said, and if you say that that is exactly not what you said, but that is what we heard you say in that videotape. Was it that you made an error of judgment or error in your speech, Senator?
Look at the body of my statement. It was up to 30 minutes. What you have already brought out is an edited. So I don't belong to all those people that be arguing with you. Anybody who says his children should be killed, let him wait and be looking at them until he himself is eradicated from something. I have made my point. The stops will be killing. We have reported to the Oba and his chief, and I've told my people they should go ahead and do their listening. They are discouraging them from this. The man talking in Ede, all his family and everybody, they are all there. Nobody has been killed in Ede. Why are you terrorizing my district? If you are a good governor, why are you terrorizing my governor? I mean, why are you terrorizing my
Senator?
People? Is it the only district
Senator, what has this was the background, just a moment, sir. This was the background for you saying that you and your group will retaliate because you believe that some of these people have been killing your own people, and that's why you say you don't want to see any Accord Party member, they should be killed.
Wait, today, last night to today, we have recorded more than 11 dead people. Several were wounded by this same group. And they are all members of my community, and they are all members of my party. If they are not members of my party, they are all my constituents. How will now, Senator Francis Fadamsi, how will I open my eyes? I'll be complaining to police. They have been releasing them on bail. They have been releasing them by high court. And the criminals have been released, and they are calling them their children. You don't want me to talk. Today, I had to lead my people to the palace. When we got to the palace, the other was not there. We met the junior one. We called the senior one that enough is enough. I cannot sit down that a governor starts terrorizing my community. Enough should be enough.
But Senator, is that a basis for you saying you will retaliate because you are a lawmaker? And there are those who will say, that sounds like the words of a lawbreaker. How would you say retaliate? How would you say people should be killed? And this is you telling people to take laws into their hands.
But if you listen to me very well, I didn't say it in English. So you cannot interpret all this in English. I told them, this shows that they are weak. This shows that they cannot win. They should shut them down by their vote. They should kill them by their vote. So anybody that is interpreting in the tip-top here and there, that is his business.
But we just played the video, Senator. We played the video.
Did you understand the Yoruba I say?
Yeah, I'm a Yoruba. I speak Yoruba fluently. I've read the news in Yoruba. I write Yoruba fluently with all of the marks. And what you said, and we can play it again, Senator, except if you say that you made a mistake in what you said, and if you say that that is exactly not what you said, but that is what is being, we heard you say in that videotape. Was it that you made an error of judgment or error in your speech, Senator?
Look at the body of my statement. It was up to 30 minutes. What you have already brought out is an edited. So I don't belong to all those people that be arguing with you. Anybody who says his children should be killed, let him wait and be looking at them until he himself is eradicated from the something. I have made my point. The stops should be killing. We have reported to the Oba and his chief, and I've told my people they should go ahead and do their listening. They are discouraging them from this. The man talking in Ede, all his family and everybody, they are all there. Nobody has been killed in Ede. Why are you terrorizing my district? If you are a good governor, why are you terrorizing my governor? I mean, why are you terrorizing my
Senator?
District? Is it the only district
Senator,
what has
this was the background. Just a moment, sir. This was the background for you saying that you and your group will retaliate because you believe that some of these people have been killing your own people, and that's why you say you don't want to see any Accord Party member, they should be killed.
Wait, today, last night to today, we have recorded more than 11 dead people. Several were wounded by this same group. And they are all members of my community, and they are all members of my party. If they are not members of my party, they are all my constituents. How will now, Senator Francis Fadamsi, how will I open my eyes? I'll be complaining to police. They have been releasing them on bail. They have been releasing them by high court. And the criminals have been released, and they are calling them their children. You don't want me to talk. Today, I had to lead my people to the palace. When we got to the palace, the other was not there. We met the junior one. We called the senior one that enough is enough. I cannot sit down that a governor starts terrorizing my community. Enough should be enough.
But Senator, is that a basis for you saying you will retaliate because you are a lawmaker? And there are those who will say, that sounds like the words of a lawbreaker. How would you say retaliate? How would you say people should be killed? And this is you telling people to take laws into their hands.
But if you listen to me very well, I didn't say it in English, so you cannot interpret all this in English. I told them, this show that they are weak. This show that they cannot win. They should shut them down by their vote. They should kill them by their vote. So anybody that is interpreting in the tip-top here and there, that is his business.
But we just played the video, Senator. We played the video.
Did you understand the Yoruba I say?
Yeah, I'm a Yoruba. I speak Yoruba fluently. I've read the news in Yoruba. I write Yoruba fluently with all of the marks. And what you said, and we can play it again, Senator, except if you say that you made a mistake in what you said, and if you say that that is exactly not what you said, but that is what is being, we heard you say in that videotape. Was it that you made an error of judgment or error in your speech, Senator?
Look at the body of my statement. It was up to 30 minutes. What you have already brought out is an edited. So I don't belong to all those people that be arguing with you. Anybody who says his children should be killed, let him wait and be looking at them until he himself is eradicated from the something. I have made my point. The stops should be killing. We have reported to the Oba and his chief, and I've told my people they should go ahead and do their listening. They are discouraging them from this. The man talking in Ede, all his family and everybody, they are all there. Nobody has been killed in Ede. Why are you terrorizing my district? If you are a good governor, why are you terrorizing my governor? I mean, why are you terrorizing my
Senator?
district? Is it the only
Senator, what has... Yeah, yes. This was the background. Just a moment, sir. This was the background for you saying that you and your group will retaliate because you believe that some of these people have been killing your own people, and that's why you say you don't want to see any Accord Party member, they should be killed.
No, wait. Today, last night and today, we have recorded more than 11 dead people. Several were wounded by this same group. And they are all members of my community. And they are all members of my party. If they are not members of my party, they are all my constituents. How will now, Senator Francis Fadamsi, how will I open my eyes? I'll be complaining to police. They have been releasing them on bail. They have been releasing them by high court. And the criminals have been released and they are calling them their children. You don't want me to talk. Today, I had to lead my people to the palace. When we got to the palace, the other was not there. We met the junior one. We called the senior one that enough is enough. I cannot sit down that a governor starts terrorizing my community. Enough should be enough.
But Senator, is that a basis for you saying you will retaliate? Because you are a lawmaker, and there are those who will say, that sounds like the words of a lawbreaker. How would you say retaliate? How would you say people should be killed? And this is you telling people to take laws into their hands.
But if you listen to me very well, I didn't say it in English, so you cannot interpret all this in English. I told them, this show that they are weak. This show that they cannot win. They should shut them down by their vote. They should kill them by their vote. So anybody that is interpreting in the tip-top here and there, that is his business.
But we just played the video, Senator. We played the video.
Did you understand the Yoruba I say?
Yeah, I'm a Yoruba. I speak Yoruba fluently. I've read the news in Yoruba. I write Yoruba fluently with all of the marks. And what you said, and we can play it again, Senator, except if you say that you made a mistake in what you said, and if you say that that is exactly not what you said, but that is what is being, we heard you say in that videotape. Was it that you made an error of judgment or error in your speech, Senator?
Look at the body of my statement. It was up to 30 minutes. What you have already brought out is an edited. So I don't belong to all those people that be arguing with you. Anybody who says his children should be killed, let him wait and be looking at them until he himself is eradicated from the something. I have made my point. The stops should be killing. We have reported to the Oba and his chief, and I've told my people they should go ahead and do their listening. They are discouraging them from this. The man talking in there.
There's no way. You cannot enter, please. You cannot enter. Trust that.
Okay, welcome back. I think previously I was muted, but what we are trying to bring to your attention is the fact that if you stay tuned with us from now moving forward, we are expecting to receive the polling unit by polling unit results coming out from the IReV, the NG Polls portal, which is the citizen-led portal of Nigerians, created for Nigerians, by Nigerians. We'll be showing you details, real-time stamped information of these polling unit results according to coming out from the local government down to the polling units. And of course, we hope that before the INEC collect their results and of course their own declaration of the results, you may have an idea of what is being shown on the IReV. The difference is this: if you go to IReV, you will be going it polling unit by polling unit, and that might not help you in calculating which polling unit is leading and which of the candidates is coming first. But when you go to the NG Polls portal, which obviously is at the description of this our stream or our video right now, you could click on it and you go to the result page section. And we believe that in as much or as the results are coming in from the local government, from the wards to the polling, from the polling units to all the ward and to the ward collection center, the NG Polls is automated to bring to you the real-time information even before they are collecting, because they are auto collating this information on real-time basis from the INEC portal. And thank you once again for being patient and joining us as we continue to go on the deliberation. With me in the studio is still the Kevin Freeman and Samuel Orazurike. who have made out their time today to be with us on the studio and make sure that we continue to bring this. We are not on grant to do this, but we have information from the grant because we have the NG election polls, which will, of course, give us the information that is required. So stay tuned. Don't go away. So let me start with you guys. I mean, we have been on this deliberation, take a break, come back, and all that. But there is a phrase about the active voters campaign that we talked about earlier. And that very phrase is, I think the phrase is about people voting and whether after voting they stayed and they waited and they make sure that their votes count. And in the event that not everybody waited, because some people might be hungry, some might go out to take a snack, some people might go to take one, and of course some people might decide, hey, they have done their own part, that some people should, active voters must stay behind. So this phrase of staying and waiting, what's your take? Let me start with you, Kano.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kano. Well, it is because voting is just one stage in the electoral process right at the polling units. Remember, there is also the place of counting. There is also the place of declaration. There is also the place of documentation. Don't forget also that there is a place of transmitting the results into IReV. But having said that, there is a very important aspect of this process, which is the stage where the electoral officer or the election officer there is expected to paste the results of that election on the wall. According to law, the law said that the form EC8A must be used to document the result and then paste it there, so that even after the election, somebody who went out, like you are just saying now, maybe he went to eat or he went to ease himself or for whatever reason, when he comes back, he will see the results of the election pasted in his polling unit. I mean, that's a very powerful, system to enable the whole process work.
Now, okay, let me first get to you, but I'm still coming back to you because there are some things I really want you to, expatiate on. But Samuel, let me get this across. You've heard what he said.
Yeah.
What do you think about Nigerians believing that it is still possible for their vote to count, even when they stayed behind, using the NG polls as an example? Because right now, most Nigerians don't know NG election polls portal and what it entails, and what it can do for them come 2027. And I know you are not part of the crew, but you might have an idea. Do you think that NG poll can convince an average Nigerian that their votes will count if they stayed at their polling unit and reported what transpired at their polling unit, that the winners of the elections credibly will emerge?
Let me first start with, yes, there have been so many scenarios in the past where you go and vote, maybe they don't stay behind and all, and they feel like their vote was not counted, and I've seen this thing lead to people losing faith, in the election process. So now this is where the NG polls comes in. This is why I said I want for everybody to participate in this, because it's easier said than when you participate in it, you will see the benefit of it. You understand? You see the benefit of what it can bring to you. You see, it will give you this confidence, that confidence that we have lacked, that trust that we have lacked, like those to the past scenarios. Now this platform is going to bring that thing to you. You see yourself, okay, by the time you partake in these NG polls, you paste your your own observations, your own evidence and all. The next election to come, you see yourself being very active by the time you participate in this. So I feel that this platform is going to actually bring this trust in people in the electoral process. Yes, we might have the past scenarios of the past, the things that have been happening and all, but with this thing, with what I've seen, because I've gone through the platform, I've seen the qualities and the benefits the platform can offer. So with what I've seen, I believe that this thing will bring back the trust that we need in our election.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Let me, our viewers out there, we are discussing about the NG Election Polls Portal. And the NG Election Polls Portal, if you want to see it for yourself, you could easily go to the description of this very video to, open it and then sign up. It has the subscriber interface. It has the eyewitness, polling unit eyewitness registration page. It also has the volunteers registration page on it. So, and what are we talking about? NGPO is a citizen-led election monitoring portal where citizens by themselves, for themselves, have decided to come together to provide this, that every active voter can actually use this on an election day to make sure that everything that is happening at their polling unit is being projected, time-stamped and everything. So that is what we are talking about currently, while we await the results that are coming in. Now I can see Mr. Tony joining us via Zoom, and I can also see the well-meaning Nigerians joining us via Zoom. Thank you very much for being here. So this discussion about the platform, while we also deliberate on the Osun, is we are seeing that the NG election polls is already working. It worked in Ekiti, where we demonstrated that we could actually show on real-time basis when the informations are coming on through the platform. And the Ekiti election, when we go into the NG polls portal, you will see that Ekiti recorded everything that was there. We also see now that in Osun State, as we speak, that immediately the Form EC8As start dropping in, we'll be able to show our people that everything is in order. So welcome, well-meaning Nigeria, and welcome, Mr. Tony, for joining us. But before I get to you, let me come back to the studio so that I will come back to you so you contribute. So, Mr. Kevin.
Yes.
There is very much to be said about the NG election polls.
Okay.
Reason is that we need trust basis. We need to create trust. People need to understand it. And that is the basis of us being here, to be able to educate people that they can go to NG polls and see what is being posted by the INEC polling unit officers. And it's also to tell them that in the event they are posting their own from that polling unit, what we just do is we will be doing a comparison from here, what is coming from the NG election polls and what is coming from the INEC IReV portal. And then Nigerians can. Now, my question is, do you think that there is any reasonable probability that with these two things enforced in 2027 general elections, that there can be any form of rigging from the polling unit?
Absolutely impossible. Because what the NG poll does is to provide authentic results that you can look at and see the results from polling unit to polling unit. Thank God for what IReV portal will do. But at the same time, the average Nigerian will want to see something different. What is NG poll doing differently? And it is what NG poll is doing differently that will give the average Nigerian that trust and confidence that, look, if I participate in 2027 general elections, that the results we are going to get from NG polls portal and that of IReV will be able to use it to do what? Do a comparison of the results. Not only comparison, do analysis, do statistics, and at the same time you can also use it to go to court if it results to that. So the NG poll is going to authenticate the fact that, look, every Nigerian that participates in this election, you are going to see the results, you are going to compare the result, and it will build confidence and trust in the life of the voter.
Yeah, what you just said now about going to court and evidence strikes another conversation entirely. I don't know if Mr. Tony can hear me. Mr. Tony, can you hear me? You are muted. Can you unmute? And well-meaning Nigeria, can you guys unmute? If you can hear me.
Yes, Mr. Achille, I can hear you.
Okay, I don't know if you heard the last speaker, Dr. Kelvin Freeman, just mentioned something about Nigerians having information that they might be deployed to court. So I just want to ask your take on this very particular thing, especially as I will call it a democratic evidence, because what he has said has to do with citizens providing information through the reports that are coming in from the NG election polls at their various polling units come 2027, and that those information coming in might at the end of the day become a democratic evidence, so that at the end, when a candidate, because I believe that Nigerians are not by the electoral law permitted to go to court, but whether it's candidate A, candidate B, or candidate C that wins credibly on the polls, that democratic evidence can suffice in court if the need arises. What is your take on that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chidi, for the platform, and thanks to the active citizens. When I came across your Zoom link yesterday, I was like, so this was going to be a good way to keep up with the elections today. So, I have seen the energy polls since you guys released it yesterday, and I must say that it's quite impressive, and take it from me, because I've also seen a couple of platforms, but what I've seen in energy polls so far is quite encouraging. Now, as to evidence in court, maybe because of my bias, I know active citizens platform is not. We are
non-partisan. Don't try to be biased. Don't try to be biased. We are non-partisan. My question is not about partisanship or being biased. My question is about democratic evidence that is going to be derived as a result of having active voters at various polling units who will be documenting and reporting information coming from various polling units. And when we compare it vis-a-vis with the functional IReV portal, the information coming there, it means that Nigerians can have a credible evidence that any of the winners, because winners are going to be declared by the INEC and not by the NG Post election portal, but by the INEC. So anybody who does not believe on what has been said can actually use the NG Post results that is seen there credibly to go to court. I mean, the candidates.
Yeah, so what I was just going to say was that, also obviously, one key factor when you want to go to court is evidence. We've seen it in previous electoral jurisprudence or court cases, more like. So having a platform like NG Post, so for example, in previous elections, we've seen where the candidate would need evidence from INEC, and because of the way the process goes, the candidate will struggle. So I think different candidates, and I'm talking about whether House of Rep or Senate or governorship, and across all political parties who feel they've been deprived of what was, because elections happens at the polling unit. Yeah. Right. So if I'm a senatorial candidate and I believe I've been deprived of my victory that I won at the polling unit, having a system like NG election polls can give me a fallback form of evidence. So for me, from what I've seen in NG election polls so far, it serves as evidence, democratic evidence for Nigerians, because like you said, Nigerians cannot go to court, but it can be an evidence for Nigerians to know that, okay, this is the result we should be expecting. And if we do not have anything that is close to this result, it means the result has been manipulated. But now also on the side of the candidates, across various positions, is also an evidence for their part to say, okay, now I want to go to court. I want to take this step further. I am not able to get evidence from INEC. Maybe I did not have enough polling unit agents that brought results. I can now also rely on NG election polls to get some of this evidence. So for me, it kind of serves as democratic evidence for Nigerians to act and ensure that their say matters, that their vote counts, and also a judicial evidence for whoever decides to go to court. Yeah, so I pretty much agree with that.
All right, thank you very much. Let me quickly come back. Is Mr. Tony, are you there? Can you unmute? Okay, while we wait for Mr. Tony to unmute, you know, just like Women in Nigeria rightly said, while we are waiting for the real-time, polling unit by polling unit results coming from Osun State, we might be able to get enough time to deliberate or tell the audience what to anticipate come 2027, because that the purpose of showcasing the NG election polls in Osun State or deploying it is to see how effective it is in getting information across to Nigerians even before the IReV portal that that the collation does. Because the difference is that once the Form EC8A hits IReV, the NG election portal should be able to analyze it and look at the winning local governments, how the results are being compiled, and compile them together so that we see. So the expectation of our audience right now is to see who comes first, because that is the obvious thing that everybody is waiting for at each polling unit. So what we are not to announce results. NG poll is not to announce results. So let me come back to you, Freeman. There's something that well-meaning Nigeria mentioned that is very important or key to our discussion, which has to deal with election, the judiciary, the evidence. When I talk about democratic evidence, I am talking about a result that is coming out from the citizens, from their polling units. That's what I call the democratic evidence. Now, his own part, he gave an illustration probably that there might be a probability that the NG polls results sheets coming in there might not suffice in court. But I tend to disagree anyway, if that is what he meant, by the way. So, and my belief is that democratic evidence coming out from the polling unit means the Form EC8A. That is, Form EC8A is not NG polls results, but INEC original results. And just like you mentioned, there is another form that is being displayed at the polling unit. You understand me? Citizens are permitted to take photos of this, and also citizens are also permitted to take pictures of the Form EC8As where available. You understand? And if the same original Form EC8As come into NG polls, I believe that every court of law will, because what the court looks at is of evidence. They have the law of evidence in court. It is not about preponderance, really. It is about what evidence. That is,
what did you have to show?
You understand? If I just to illustrate further on what I meant, 2023 general elections, most of these from EC8As we are talking about, Nigerians, we've seen them as blank. As a matter of fact, some of the from EC8As that were supposed to be on IReV were showing a picture of people and the rest of it. We all saw all of those things, and after some days, INEC started removing them and then start changing. So those things downs on the credibility of INEC. I mean, people start thinking that start doubting INEC. But I think that they are moving up, they are upgrading, they are making things, because right now I also read reports coming in that INEC is already positioning from EC8As to be administered through the BVAS machine. Which means we are going to have from EC8As not just the pictorial aspect of it, but where you can impute those figures using the BVAS machine. Now, come back to NG election polls, where we are talking about, can the evidence, that democratic evidence, be used in court? And my own belief is that, provided that from EC8A is an authentic evidence, is tenable in court.
Okay, are you asking me? Okay, thank you very much. Well, I think you've said it all. Evidence is evidence. So far, it is evidential to the fact that is before the court, or to the matter that is before the court. That information coming from IReV portal is an evidence. The picture taken by an active voter is an evidence. So wherever or whatever source the evidence is coming from, so far that evidence proves the fact that what the person that has gone to court is claiming is true. court will accept it.
And that also reminds me, there's a lawyer that told me that you could actually steal an evidence and present it before the court, and the court is obligated to honor that.
Of course.
The Evidence Act is different from what you...
Yes. In fact, even at I think it was in 1999, the person who represented Newi North and South at the Federal House of Assembly, I can't remember his name now, he later contested for Senate under Abga at Anambra South Seretonia district. I can't remember his name. He actually won because of the evidence that an active citizen brought forth, because they wanted to change it. So, but during the election processes, an active citizen was there. He stayed back, just like what we were talking about. Whether he was paid to do so, I don't know. But he stayed back, took record of all the votes, snapped evidences, and then went his way. So much later, and the other candidate from the other party was declared winner. And the representative, I remember his name, eventually was looking for evidence in the court. And that young man gave him the evidence, and he took it to court, and that was how he won the case.
I think with what you guys have been saying, what I can say from this whole thing is that knowledge is power. And this is why I want people to talk about these NG polls. It will really help people, because now you have an experience, a first-hand experience of what an active citizen's evidence can do. And now you believe now that these NG polls can work if you can gather evidence and present because of tomorrow. Nobody, you have this routine, or should I call it habit of the opposition, or the people in power, the candidates. If this person should win, the other person will want to take the person to court. You understand? So with these NG polls, that's why I said there should be an education about NG poll, to tell people that these are the benefits, so that tomorrow anybody that says, okay, we want to go to court, that this is not the result, we bring out evidence. At least let both people see that there's evidence, and they will now know the real winner. You know, it will even help the court. It will help the process of the judiciary to push out their judgment.
Thank you very much. If you're just joining us, this is Active Citizens Media. Like, share, and of course, make your comment below. And what we are discussing today is about the Osun election. And what we are prepared to do today is to bring you polling unit by polling unit result as it happens in Osun. And these results we are talking about is a result that is coming from the INEC IReV. We are proposing that when you go through all of this, that you should be able to look between the lines, that 2027 is for everybody. It is the NG polls, again, once again, is in the description of this very video. You can click open and see for yourself both the result viewing platforms. You can see all what is before the NG polls. And of course, we have the subscription. We have eyewitness reporters. If you want to register as an eyewitness reporter, if you want to register as a volunteer, you just click on that very link and it will take you to where you can register and of course impute your polling unit and all of that. This is a non-partisan platform. It is designed for Nigerians by Nigerians to make sure that 2027 general elections are free, fair, and credible, reported by active voters on ground at their various polling units. So just click on the link that is on the description of this video, where you can now explore the opportunities that is within the NG election polls. And you can also use the website that is www.ngelectionpolls.org. Okay, thank you very much. As you do that, also share this so that other people while waiting can also share on the conversation. So 1 million Nigeria, are you still there? Tony, please talk to me. Are you still there? Can you unmute? Mr. Tony.
Hello, Mr. Chidi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. You've been away without official leave. You are supposed to do this with us.
No, I'm so sorry. I've been having technical issues with my device here. I've been listening in and taking in all the information and analysis coming from the able gentleman with you in the studio here. Thank you so very much for this platform today.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. Now, let me, before your technical issues or glitch starts again, I want to, bring to your attention the fact that we are waiting on the results coming out from the Osun polling unit by polling unit results. We're expecting that NG election polls to analyze that so that we can firsthand give Nigerians who are watching across the world the possibility of NG poll delivering credible reports across Nigerian polling units come 2027 election. Now, what we have on the table is your take on the NG polls portal. I don't know if you have been able to review it, because the link is just below this description of this video, and see the report section. And what can you tell us more about what your analysis of this NG polls portal portend for Nigerians come 2027 general elections?
Absolutely. I'll be glad to share my thoughts on that. First and foremost, let me thank you once again for bringing this up today with the team, and of course providing the opportunity for Nigerians to chip in about the events in the country. Now, first, I believe over the past couple of elections, most of the time there has been doubt over time, and active citizens' participation has reduced equally as a result of the mistrust in the process. So at this point in time, there is no doubt in my mind that NG polls couldn't have come out at a better time than now, as providing, call it, a parallel platform for Nigerians, active citizens, as we want to believe, to participate effectively in the electioneering process, as well as see and understand that what they are doing is not in vain. Now, when Nigerians come out to believe that the platform will definitely do what it's expected to do, they will surely participate actively in the elections. Now, I have been on NG Polls platform, and I have done a thorough analysis, of course, and it's really interesting and mind-blowing what some active citizens, Nigerians, came together, put this together for Nigeria. So there is no doubt that this is a very beautiful platform that would help to strengthen our democracy and make sure that we continue towards this peaceful path of a democratic country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tony. And I also want to let our audience, if you are just joining us, you are on at the right moment on Active Citizens Media. The NG Election Polls portal, the initiative for Nigerians, by Nigerians, can be scanned. There is a scanner media team, if you can be able to provide, put that on the screen, that you can scan this. Scan it so that you can join the NG election portal. Thank you very much, the media team, if you can provide that for our viewers to be able to get that. And also the link is on the portal. Everybody is called to join. Whether you are joining as an eyewitness reporter come 2027 elections, or you are joining to be a volunteer, or you choose to become a subscriber, somebody who wishes to accommodate polling unit observers across Nigeria, please do indulge us by coming on. This is a non-partisan application or initiative designed by Nigerians for Nigeria. And let me come back to the studio. So, of course, I will not again fail to understand. Freeman.
Yeah.
Calvin is here, and Nora Zurike. You guys are, giving me the vibes. You are making my day. Without you, I don't know how far I would have gone on this, talking about. So let's get back to the Osun election. You were telling me, obviously, before that there's some incident that happened in Osun State where some talks were captured with money and all of that. Can you expatiate on that?
On that, I saw a video on Twitter, that on X, now known as X, where, a man was, holding up a money that was meant to be shared to use to buy vote. Like they were agitating that there's no vote buying in this particular polling unit. So he held up the money, he collected the money, and held up the money that there's no vote buying. And when I saw it, I was happy. Yes, in as much as they tagged the particular party to, they are the ones that they collected this money from, that they want you to buy votes. And I saw it. I went to the comment section.
Let me just hold your thought for a moment. Yeah. You mean that there are some active voters, active citizens in Osun who had refused to allow politicians to administer or to sell or buy their votes, and had actually seized the money that was brought into the polling unit, and we are carrying it up for everyone to see.
Exactly. Wow, so when I saw it, I was really happy. I was like, this is the kind of art I want people to emulate. That when you see someone go there, you have every right to collect. The truth is that, as I've asked this question before, and I think someone have answered it. I was asking, is it even right, for a particular party or any party whatsoever to bring money into a polling unit, into a center? And I think the answer was given that there's no law against that. And so now it's not left for us as citizens to, if we see anybody, and there's no law that forbids you from removing the money or collecting the money, and
there's a law that prohibits anybody from buying selling votes,
or even campaigning at the polling unit.
If that is the case, there is also a law that is up to imprisonment, plus imprisonment to that effect. So it is, and there's one thing I want to bring to Dr. Calvin, and that has to do with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nigerians, by the Constitution, is empowered as citizens to become a police, and then to hand over, because when you arrest a criminal, somebody who is against the law is a criminal. So the person who is bringing money into the polling unit is a criminal also. So when a citizen has the right by the Constitution to arrest that criminal who has brought in money to buy votes at the polling units, but to make the person soft and hand him over to the relevant authorities. So that is the area I want you to. What is your take on that? Do you think that Nigerians can muster the courage to confiscate the politicians' money that are coming into their domain, into their voting area, and then share that money among themselves without causing a scene? Because of course we know that in every polling unit there are security agencies, but they seem to be observers rather than people who take action on this thing. So what do you say about Nigerians acting as policing their own polling units when the relevant security agencies have looked the other way?
Yes, just like my brother. Okay, it's like there are two questions now. My brother just talked about somebody who collected money that was meant to buy votes and was displaying it and was saying that this money was meant for this, but it cannot happen. Kudos to him. That is the active citizenship participation we are talking about at the electoral at the polling unit.
The person should be upgraded to a hero.
A hero. In fact, I wish you got his information. He should be awarded. He should be awarded. That was going to be our preliminary award. Prior 2027 general elections. I mean, that is what we were talking about. People are already coming out to participate. We call it citizen participation.
Yes.
You understand? It is the right of every Nigerian. It is constitutional that a Nigerian is a police that can arrest, and within a given, I think it's for about 2 or 3 hours, and then to ensure that the person is arrested and then taken to the nearest police station. The Nigerian citizen cannot detain, but he can arrest when an ugly situation is seen. He has the right to arrest,
but they can make the person to be soft. I'm not saying to beat him.
No. Arrest is not beating now. By the time you start beating, you're already taking the laws into your hands.
But you can make, like the person who is carrying money to the polling unit. I mean, the people who are there, the active voters can actually make him soft. I'm not saying to beat the person.
No.
To make the person soft.
They can just hold it.
I just want you to know, to agree with me, whether it's possible that we make him soft.
When you say soft, what do you exactly mean by soft? Are we saying any physical
exchange, or are we saying just hold the person?
Okay. Let me put it this way. Maybe we buy bread and we buy milk and then we buy buns and chicken and serve the person while he's waiting for police to hand over. Maybe if you don't understand me, soft, you understand me.
Okay.
So let me put it another way of making soft. We buy egg, maybe egg and water and milk, and then feed the person who has brought in money to buy votes as our polling unit. So I'm just saying, if you don't understand, to make him soft, maybe the egg and feeding him, because actually Oyibo people, when they caught you doing an illegal distance, they will intervene you very quietly. They will tell you whether you need food, whether you need
I understand why. At least you just engage the person till
but I'm bringing it to you in the African way. Say we make the person soft before police come. We hand over to the police, but we need to make you soft. What I mean by soft, sometimes our military people, which is the army, they can arrest you to hand you over to the police. But before they hand you over to the police, you notice that the person has been made soft. That is what I meant. I keep explaining what is making somebody soft. Okay. So let's hear your thoughts.
Yes. Well, I think soft has various degrees of application depending on the circumstance in question. If a citizen, an active citizen, discovers a suspected criminal activity, he has the right to arrest. Like I said before, if he has the resources to make soft, maybe buying bread or egg for the suspect, let him go ahead and do that. But where he's not financially prepared to buy egg, he should take the person straight from the time when he arrested to police station.
When we do have 20 active voters on a polling unit who are to preserve a democratic evidence for all Nigerians at their polling unit. The mama that has stayed in the sun for hours to vote, and rain has even beat them to vote, and somebody comes to disrupt them in that very place. I think the best thing is to, like you said, arrest the person, buy egg, buy milk, something that will make the person soft is what I mean. You understand me? So that when by the time we hand over to the police, the person would have enjoyed himself a little bit before you hand over to police. Anyway, but let me not stress. I believe by now you should understand what
you are saying.
Mean by
like I said, if the active citizens or the active citizen in question, or the active citizens in that polling unit, because there must be more than one person, if they are financially prepared, because being an active citizen also requires financial empowerment. It requires intelligence empowerment. It requires also some level of empowerment by wisdom, coordination, and interpretation of laws. Because some things may come up, he will tell you, my friend, this thing you are doing is against the law.
Let me even remind you that
so the active citizen must have knowledge of the law.
Yes,
it's
now talking about the knowledge of the law, we on NG polls moving forward is going to be training active voters. The people who had registered on NG polls, whether as eyewitness reporters or as volunteers, we are going to be teaching them on the functionalities of the NG polls and what the Electoral Act 2026 as amended is reflecting as far as the INEC guidelines for the 2027 elections are going to. So we are going to be training them and teaching them what is obtainable at the polling unit. And that includes the logistics for buying people who are causing offense at the polling unit. Logistics for them to buy egg and buy milk for them, and every other thing that can make them soft. Since you understand.
And part of what I think we should also do.
You still don't get this thing.
I've got you.
If you have gotten me, we are going to provide logistics. After we have trained people, and we are going to train them to understand what it means for people that you caught, either they come there to buy votes with a politician's money, and the people who came there to throw away ballot boxes, I mean, people who are practically committing offense. We are going to teach them how to be very lenient with them. We are going to teach them how they are going to be law-abiding, and also provide logistics to buy them eggs and milk and other things that will make them soft, and then to hand them over to the relevant authorities. To
I also think in the course of the exercise, civic education on this, electoral education should also be done in our religious centers, in the Omunna, they call it, in women meeting, market women across board, so that it wouldn't be only the active voters that will have knowledge of what is happening at the NG polls.
Yeah, it's part of the education thing we're talking about.
Yes. So the education will cut across board.
Yes. Okay.
So whether you are an active citizen participating or you are just an ordinary voter, you must have an understanding of that this organization is doing this.
Let's get back to our people that has joined us on Zoom. Mr. Tony, are you still there? Can you unmute?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, let me.
You can still hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
With my audio today.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. There is this information reports coming on from Osun election that in one of the polling units there is an active voter, an active citizen who is a voter in a particular polling unit. That is the report show on social media carrying money that was brought by somebody who came to buy votes, and he's shouting for everybody to see the money and also proclaiming that that money will not work at their polling units. So we categorically here believe he's an active voter, and we now one of us here, Dr. Kelvin, recommended that the person should be nominated even prior to the 2027 Active Citizen Heroes Award to be nominated, because if at this point that we have not even started the program, we have started seeing people who are acting what we want them to act, I mean they should be nominated for Active Citizens Hero come 2027. What are your thoughts?
Absolutely, Dr. Kelvin, thank you so much for that observation.
Thank you, sir. It's my privilege.
Mr. Chidi, you and I, we've had this conversation a couple of times about the participation of active citizens. What does it really mean when we say active citizens, right? Essentially, it means the people that are ready to do the right things at all times based on the rule of law. They value it, and they live by it, they breathe it. Unfortunately, our country hasn't gotten to that stage completely. We have to be honest about the situation. Now, when we have an individual standing his ground to make sure the right thing is done, such an individual should be honored by all means. As a matter of fact, if it is even possible to find that person and bring him live in the studio, that would be very, very good. You see, this is exactly what we are talking about.
Now. I'm saying myself.
For democracy to thrive and be successful in any society, all the citizens have a role to play. One of them is, let me just say primarily, not even one of them, respecting the rule of law and living by it, in whichever sphere they might be, in all of their areas of responsibility. If the red light says red, you stop. If it says green, you go. Basic things that keep societies moving, So by all means, I support and appreciate that young man, whoever that might be, and we surely need men and women like him moving forward, because this is the only way our democracy will survive, when men and women stand their ground and say and insist on having the right things done. Thank you very much, Mr. Chidi. I yield back at you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Tony. And for people who are just joining us, we are on the Active Citizens Media reporting polling unit by polling unit results expected from the NG Election Polls Initiative or portal. So we're still expecting these results to come from all the polling units via the INEC IReV portal. So the Form EC8As that are coming in is being this very time being collated by the NG election polls portal, and will be soon, very soon, will be coming live to you from the Active Citizens Media. And we also have you to scan the QR code to join the Zoom's meeting that we are currently in here. Is displayed. If you wish to join to make your own comments, please do indulge us by joining. We also have the link to the NG election polls portal, where you could actually go and explore the possibilities that provided by the platform for 2027 general election, because the Osun governorship election is the last off-cycle election in Nigeria before the 2027 general elections. So please explore it and give us a feedback and rate the platform. That is a non-partisan platform made by Nigerians for Nigerians and for the benefit of all. We all want a very good democracy, no more hunger nation, no more stagnation, but who we want to be there is who is gonna be there according by our votes. All right, let me come back to the studio. Is 1 minute Nigeria, are you still there? Can you unmute?
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh, very well then. What do you have to say? You heard Mr. Tony put up his own thoughts. We are talking about Nigerians and the heroes who are out there performing in Osun State, and we feel that before even the 2027 Heroes Award we are talking about, there's already people who are showing signs of heroism, because if we have people who are to protect votes at their polling units, they are to be probably nominated or accredited as heroes at that very point. What are your thoughts?
Yes. So, just like I think Mr. Kevin in the studio, I've got the name correctly.
Yes.
I've been online all day trying to, because I can say I'm an election entity. I'm particularly interested in this more because obviously there's an election close to 2027, and I think the joy of coming across ND election post yesterday just kind of gave me the motivation to be very active today. So yeah, so I think I totally agree that I personally believe that Nigerians, citizens, and your platform is active citizens, citizens have to become the actual heroes that we need to save the country. We have long put our hopes on individuals, on political parties, on even foreign agencies, foreign countries, like foreign presidents. But the truth is that we need to come to the realization that nobody is going to save us except we save ourselves. So I totally agree that Nigerians need to play the heroes' role in saving this country. So when I saw that video, I saw that video, I think just some minutes ago, I also saw another video again where somebody also, a group of people also caught someone trying to sell votes with some money, some kind of nylon bags, and they've seized the money and kind of captured the person. I heard your analogy about feeding them milk and egg. I know that maybe in my own head I know what that means, but it's very important that Nigerians will take up this role as heroes to protect our votes, protect our elections.
Okay, let me just take this off from you. I have a breaking news coming out. The results at the polling unit have started trickling into the NG election polls portal. For most of you who are out there, you can go to the NG election polls portal, which is www.ngelectionpolls.org, or you can scan the QR code or take the link from here. So one of the polling unit results that are in is from, let me have it from the, can you please display it? Not yet. Okay, you are trying to upload it. Okay, so we'll be coming with this polling unit by polling unit result, and then we narrow it down to the ward, and then we extend it to the local government, and we'll be able to start, because the NG poll analyzes polling unit by polling unit, and then brings them to the ward level collation, and then goes back to the local governments and collate. So we will be bringing it according to the percentage of the polling units available information from the IReV. So our source is IReV for now, and we are believing that in 2027 we should have IReV plus the one coming out from the active voters, so that we can have something to compare with.
Sorry, I just remember the name of the member of our House of Representatives I talked about earlier, with evidence, you know, from an active citizen who won at Nnewi North and South and Ekwuzigo Federal Constituency. His name is Honorable Chris Azubogu. Yes, he was the one who eventually won the election because he was able to show evidence from an active citizen who was there.
And
to
how
take
many
record.
years ago is this?
He served from 2019 to 2023. Yes.
Okay. So this means that even prior to this latest amendment on the Electoral Act, that evidence is collected by citizens at the polling unit is admissible in court.
It's admissible.
Okay. So we've gotten that settled. For those of us who are out there who wishes to know whether this evidence, we are not projecting that the situation in 2027 is going to go up to the court level, but of course that is not something that we are going to discard. Something that is a possibility. That if people who are dissatisfied with the election result must go to court, and if the Nigerian-led system shows that from the results available that you won, I think that is a credible evidence for you to go to court, and of course even at the same time call up citizens as your evidence, people who provided that you know, as witness to the evidence that is before the court. So media, what about the information coming out from the NG election portal? Can we you know, see that on the screen if that is possible? Or which other thing? I see some of the flying things coming out from, is it the person who was caught, the person who was caught with money showing on the screen? Can you display that again? Okay, I can see bundle of money in nylon bags. Yes, they are supposed to, I think these active citizens are supposed to take that money probably, and probably use the money to buy the milk and the egg I'm talking about. So this makes it easier. The person will be made soft while waiting for the excuse me. So that is it. So what meaning, I think the media team is still trying to set up the results, because the results have started coming in from different polling units now, and in a few minutes we'll start sharing it with everybody on what INEC is providing through their INEC IReV, and our own NG election polls is doing what? It's just simply collating them and putting them, you know, together for Nigerians to know basically how they all fare, polling unit by polling unit, to the one level, and finally to the local government, and then to the state level. So that is what NG Post is going to put together for us and make it easier. Because I see people who are coming to ask me, they have gone to IReV, they are not seeing anything. And the problem with IReV, if you go there, is that you have to go it at least polling unit by polling unit. You can't even, you have to start extracting them by yourself, and that is tedious task. But NG Post is structured in such a way that it collates this information through by going to IReV and getting it polling unit by polling unit, as the case might be. So let's while we await that, let's get back to our previous discussion on the active voters come 2027, because it's just 5 months to go, you understand? And we need, you guys obviously mentioned that we need to educate more Nigerians about the NG election polls. So for people who are listening to us now, if you hear NG election polls, please send it across to every Nigerian you know to register, whether as an eyewitness and as a volunteer. And we believe that for these 5 months, if we are able to do it correctly, we should be having a target of about 3.6 million Nigerians coming in. Basically, I'm talking about 20 active voters per polling unit by 176,000 plus polling units.
I think there's so many ways, you know, to educate the Nigerians about this. Individually, let's start with individually. We can always, you know, tell family and friends about this, that there's this update, there's this platform that can be beneficial to us. And if you are opportune to be in a crowd or in a meeting, maybe after a meeting, after the purpose of the meeting have been done, because this election coming, this 2027 election is for all of us. No matter who you are, it's for all of us. So maybe after the purpose of that particular meeting, you can tell them that there's an update I want to, you know, put you guys on that this is what I've been hearing and all. And if you are opportunity, you know, to be in, maybe in a radio station or something, you can also put it out there. Tell them there's this platform. You can go and check it out for yourself. We are not supporting any party per se. What we want is credible election. You understand? What we want is all about credible election. So these are one of the ways that you can, you know, promote this platform to people. So that's why I'm encouraging every one of us, even the people listening to me, that you should try your best. You already know the website, so tell your family and friends, people that you see on the road, and maybe if you are discussing politics with someone outside or somewhere, you can always tell him about this platform. Tell him to go and check out the platform. Let him see for himself. It's not something that you even have to say so much about. Just tell him, you know, one of the benefits or the two benefits that you can get from this, and you know, let you go and see, because there's no way, I feel that there's no way you go through this platform that you won't be able to see the benefits of what this thing can bring to you as a citizen. Thank you.
Very powerful. All right, thank you. Mr. Tony, please can you unmute? There is something that I don't know whether you saw on the NG Post portal. It's a subscription registration on the NG Post portal. Can you unmute if you can hear me? Let me know that.
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. When I explored the NG election polls portal, I saw that there is a subscription page for registration of people. And when I went further in, I discovered it's for people who wish to endorse people at the polling unit, like active voters at their polling units, that people can adopt them as people who can give them information on what happens, and those people that are at the polling unit level can be able to receive stipends of like 5K for their data, for even uploading and for supplying such information coming out from there. I think you being in that diaspora, maybe you can, you know, whether you think this is a viable option for people who are in diaspora to eventually embrace this subscription format, because it's not really for the platform, because there's one, if somebody wishes to encourage us on the platform to donate to the platform, but this one is subscription based, which means you can adopt somebody at your polling unit who reports to you, and you don't pay that person the 5K until the person has given you the Form EC8A result. Like the polls are closing in Osun State. By now, you should be able to have the report from the person on ground whom you have adopted as your polling unit reporter. And then you can now pay the person through the NG election polls portal. Do you think is something the Nigerians in diaspora should embrace to be able to help out their own people at their own polling unit? Because sometimes buying t-shirt and providing cap is not enough. Giving them money also to go and make sure that they exercise their franchise may not produce a result, because the result you desire being out there is that you need the result of every at the polling unit where you want, probably the one in your village square, probably the one at your school or any other place. So I don't know what if you think that the Nigerians in diaspora should register or subscribe to become part of promoting the democracy come to 2027.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chidi, for that question. Now, let me take you back real quick to 2022. You will recall that Nigerians in the diaspora played a major role in that elections. For the first time in the history of Nigeria, we saw Nigerians, both in Nigeria and in the diaspora, putting in their own hard-earned money, right, generally to support the democratic process and at the same time to support their candidates, of course. Now, moving forward to 2027, that subscription button or feature that you rightly referenced to is a way to give them a front row seat to the entire election as a whole. As you said, Nigerians in the diaspora, of course, with stable internet connectivity and all of that, they can easily subscribe there, adopt a polling unit or even a complete LGA, they remain directly in contact with their agents, they will be getting direct results, everything directly on the NG Polls platform. So consider it an admin front row view for anyone willing, right, to adopt a polling unit, even a whole ward if they wish to, in order to push the democratic process and make it effective, all right, to yield the results that Nigerians are expecting. Let me refresh your memory again real quick, because I do recall that 2022-2023, a group of individuals within the 1 million man march movement on X, they raised a hell of a lot of money promoting this very feature that you just said, adopted hundreds of polling units, but of course without the support of tech behind it. So this subscription platform now gives it a different front row view and a way to monitor such activities. So there is no doubt in my mind that Nigerians in the diaspora will definitely adopt this. You know, they will surely subscribe and surely use that feature effectively because it gives them front row view to everything happening on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that substantially, proves the theory. But Colin, you are the PRO of the Patriot. Is it Anambra Patriot?
Anambra Patriot, yes.
Yes. And Anambra Patriot is a social political organization.
Yeah.
And if this subscription platform I'm talking about, maybe you've not explored it, the Patriot could actually use that within their what do they call their alignment across the whole state, to be able to adopt certain of your members in different polling units, because sometimes it's motivation. This subscription we're talking about, like what I saw on the platform, is like 5,000 naira motivation. I mean, I can take up that subscription, not necessarily people in the diaspora, because if I am voting in town, like where I am currently, I might not be in my village, but I can decide to adopt somebody in my village to give me the polling unit results or what is happening there. And the beautiful thing from what I've seen on NG election polls is that I must not give the person the 5K. It's until the person has certified all what is necessary by sending me timestamp information on the election day, giving me the Form EC8A results and all of that. And the system, we electronically check to make sure that the person has satisfied all of this, and then disbursement can happen via that application. So you see, it means that while I'm in town where I'm going to vote, but I'm not going to my village, I can still help my people preserve a democratic evidence. So I believe that not only people in diaspora, but people that are at home like me and you can do that. So what do you think about the Patriots adopting this across polling units?
Absolutely, absolutely. I am.
That is in their mind, you understand me? But we don't want any eyewitness or people we have endorsed at certain polling units to act for
a particular political party.
This NG poll, I think I failed to mention the fact that it's being powered by the Artisan Social Impact Foundation, and this is a non-profit organization that is powering this very NG election portal. So we are basically non-partisan, but that does not mean that the people who are partisan cannot election day, if you are one of the people who are to observe the election or who are to report as active voters for NG election polls, you must be absolutely non-partisan. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So media people, please, do we have, can we have those things you're putting together? Why not just give us the first visuals on one polling unit? Okay. Okay, please do send them. They say they are still working on what was sent, putting them together. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tony. Well-meaning, are you there?
Sorry, we are no longer able to see the studio and the general.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here. Mr. Tony, so I'm able to see the studio because I'm watching online on YouTube as well while I'm on the call. So
okay,
I'm here.
Okay. You heard what where we are in now. We are talking about adoption of our people at various polling units by not just the people in diaspora, but also by people in Nigeria who may be in town, like in Abuja or Lagos, but they have their villages. They can adopt people from their villages and monetize it, whether for data or for whatever. But from what we see on NG polls, it means we can actually help our village people to preserve the democratic evidence by simply nominating 1 to 5 people at each polling unit to give us personalized information. What is your take on that?
Yes, I do agree. I do also, it's one of the features, so I'm in tech, I'm someone who looks at technology a lot. So I've had the opportunity to, even within a short time, go through NG polls to understand what it is about generally. So I think the model that, whatever team that put that together have adopted is a very good model to have, because even though we want to get people to do some of these things as volunteers for free, but the truth is that some of these things also require some form of financial motivation or incentives. So the model where you can have, because in saving Nigeria, in rescuing Nigeria, I do believe everybody has a role to play. So while we say, those who are currently in Nigeria need to take the bull by the horn, I also think people, in diaspora, even some persons also in Nigeria, also need to help those that are not able to do that, to come together and say, okay, whether it be in terms of incentivizing, motivating, and all that. So I do agree with the subscriber model. I've gone through the platform and I see, there are basically 3 major categories of users on the platform, like you said. So there's the eyewitness, I think it's called eyewitness reporters, who are expected to help send results, especially in the next election, like you have now made me understand. There is the volunteers who are supposed to do some other activities. There are the subscribers that you are talking about. So I very much agree with that. I think that model is very helpful. It also takes away. So what I like, in summary, what I like about this whole concept that active citizens putting together is that it takes away the focus from politicians, from political parties, and takes it on the people. So I am an advocate of, again, the people being the ones to rescue the country. So it's something I think I buy into as well.
All right, thank you very much. Now, away from this very particular platform, I can see that I think our people are positioning for complete result broadcasts, but I wanted them to be giving this to us polling unit by polling unit, but I think they are compiling all of this. I can see some of what they are sending in here, but they don't know that people are actually waiting and been waiting since to have this information, and we would have just given them like percentages of this, but okay, let's go back to our discussion. So Well-meaning Nigeria, thank you very much for that we are seriously waiting for the information coming out from the Osun, the polls results. Well, I think what they keep whispering to my ear is that they are building this according by local government. We have 30 local governments and they want to build. But what I had wanted out to show people is a percentage that is coming out from each of the local government, because it's a comparison of polling unit by polling unit to the wards before the local government and before the states. But they are working on providing all of the 30 local governments by the percentages of results that has come in. Anyway, thank you guys very much for updating me on what you are doing, and I think that is the distance. So if you are just joining us, this is the Active Citizens Media Update on the Osun election and related issues, and also to officially announce the unveiling of the NG election portal, the portal built for Nigeria and by the Nigerians to cover elections across Nigeria. Please do your best to exploit the opportunity and the possibilities of a credible result. We don't want Nigerians to proceed January election without having a second look at the NG election polls, which we believe will give confidence to the electorates to cast their votes without fear. Okay, back to the studio, guys. It's been a very long day. Yeah. I can see, the wailing distance on our faces. We've been talking from morning, but the results are yet to be in, and we promise our viewers we are going to do that by bringing, the results to them. So while we await our media team to compress that, maybe we'll just take a short break to take some water down our distance, and then we'll come back. When we come back, I think our media team should be ready with the results. And people, thank you, well-meaning Nigeria. Thank you, Mr. Tony, for tuning in at this time. We should be back between 15-20 minutes to see whether these results are already out so that we can share it with you viewers. Thank you very much. Bye for now.
It's okay like this. The place where so they stay standing 1 minute.
Choose from thousands of realistic voices to use in your content. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered voice generating technology. Stop searching.
Form photo. Upload the BVAS machine photo showing the serial number label. Finally, click Submit PU results for review.
Election Day is more than a date on the calendar. It is the day every Nigerian has the power to shape tomorrow.
Across Nigeria, thousands of young volunteers are stepping forward, not for politics, but for democracy.
Mama, take your time. We are here to help.
Thank you, my children.
Your vote matters.
Respect begins with service. Every voter deserves dignity, safety, and support.
Remember your rights.
You have the right to vote peacefully.
You have the right to privacy.
You have the right to ask questions.
You have the right to report irregularities.
Election polls empowers citizens to report, verify, and share real-time election activities across more than 176,000 polling units nationwide.
我们现在要走上一个小缓坡，前面就是投票台了。
When citizens work together with respect, transparency, and responsibility, democracy grows stronger. Every report matters. Every volunteer matters. Every vote matters. Join thousands of Nigerians protecting the integrity of our elections. Together, our voice builds a stronger democracy. Election Day is more than a date on the calendar. It is the day every Nigerian has the power to shape tomorrow.
Across Nigeria, thousands of young volunteers are stepping forward, not for politics, but for democracy. Mama, take your time. We are here to help.
Thank you, my children.
Your vote matters.
Respect begins with service. Every voter deserves dignity, safety, and support.
Remember your rights.
You have the right to vote peacefully.
You have the right to privacy.
You have the right to ask questions.
You have the right to report irregularities. Election polls empowers citizens to report, verify, and share real-time election activities across more than 176,000 polling units nationwide. We 现在要走上一个小缓坡，前面就是投票台了。
When citizens work together with respect, transparency, and responsibility, democracy grows stronger. Every report matters. Every volunteer matters. Every vote matters. Join thousands of Nigerians protecting the integrity of our elections. Together, our voice builds a stronger democracy. Election Day is more than a date on the calendar. It is the day every Nigerian has the power to shape tomorrow.
Across Nigeria, thousands of young volunteers are stepping forward, not for politics, but for democracy. Mama, take your time. We are here to help.
Thank you, my children.
Your vote matters.
Respect begins with service. Every voter deserves dignity, safety, and support.
Remember your rights.
You have the right to vote peacefully.
You have the right to privacy.
You have the right to ask questions.
You have the right to report irregularities. Election polls empowers citizens to report, verify, and share real-time election activities across more than 176,000 polling units nationwide.
We 们现在要走上一个小缓坡，前面就是投票台了。
When citizens work together with respect, transparency, and responsibility, democracy grows stronger. Every report matters. Every volunteer matters. Every vote matters. Join thousands of Nigerians protecting the integrity of our elections. Together, our voice builds a stronger democracy. Election Day is more than a date on the calendar. It is the day every Nigerian has the power to shape tomorrow.
Across Nigeria, thousands of young volunteers are stepping forward, not for politics, but for democracy.
Mama, take your time. We are here to help.
Thank you, my children.
Your vote matters.
Respect begins with service. Every voter deserves dignity, safety, and support.
Remember your rights.
You have the right to vote peacefully.
You have the right to privacy.
You have the right to ask questions.
You have the right to report irregularities. Election polls empowers citizens to report, verify, and share real-time election activities across more than 176,000 polling units nationwide.
We 们现在要走上一个小缓坡，前面就是投票台了。
When citizens work together with respect, transparency, and responsibility, democracy grows stronger. Every report matters. Every volunteer matters. Every vote matters. Join thousands of Nigerians protecting the integrity of our elections. Together, our voice builds a stronger democracy. Election Day is more than a date on the calendar. It is the day every Nigerian has the power to shape tomorrow.
Across Nigeria, thousands of young volunteers are stepping forward, not for politics, but for democracy.
Mama, take your time. We are here to help.
Thank you, my children.
Your vote matters.
Respect begins with service. Every voter deserves dignity, safety, and support.
Remember your rights.
You have the right to vote peacefully.
You have the right to privacy.
You have the right to ask questions.
You have the right to report irregularities. Election polls empowers citizens to report, verify, and share real-time election activities across more than 176,000 polling units nationwide.
我们现在要走上一个小缓坡，前面就是投票台了。
When citizens work together with respect, transparency, and responsibility, democracy grows stronger. Every report matters. Every volunteer matters. Every vote matters. Join thousands of Nigerians protecting the integrity of our elections. Together, our voice builds a stronger democracy. Election Day is more than a date on the calendar. It is the day every Nigerian has the power to shape tomorrow.
Across Nigeria, thousands of young volunteers are stepping forward, not for politics, but for democracy.
Mama, take your time. We are here to help.
Thank you, my children.
Your vote matters.
Respect begins with service. Every voter deserves dignity, safety, and support.
Remember your rights.
You have the right to vote peacefully.
You have the right to privacy.
You have the right to ask questions.
You have the right to report irregularities. Election polls empowers citizens to report, verify, and share real-time election activities across more than 176,000 polling units nationwide.
要走上一个小缓坡，前面就是投票台了。
When citizens work together with respect, transparency, and responsibility, democracy grows stronger. Every report matters. Every volunteer matters. Every vote matters. Join thousands of Nigerians protecting integrity.
Jubilating. Just a few minutes ago, the deputy governorship candidate was here. He voted earlier at this polling unit, and he told us what happened earlier about a little disruption earlier in the day during the voting, but after all, everything was resolved, and it's been peaceful here in Enuwa, Ward 4, Unit 1. And people have been going around just trying to ensure that everything is seamless. We could see security agencies just around the vicinity trying to ensure that there's no breakdown of law and order after the counting. And I also been speaking to people here. They encountered issues of BVAS malfunctioning earlier today about from what the electoral officers say, about 30 people, the BVAS malfunction. It was unable to recognize their faces and their thumbprints, but afterwards some people came and they were the BVAS machine recognized their faces and it worked. So right now the electoral officials are already filling the forms in the forms here, and we're waiting for the conclusion of election here, taken to the collation center and from there to the state office.
With no rigging, manipulation, a level playing ground.
Just listen to this. Not about it now. Jungle. No shit for CBB, so anything. But what you want to do, just like so. It's going to be meant for the uploading. So,
Money 36, 31. I want in 5. I wait to get.
TerraCube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Miss and just be old. I want you one day, I want you.
Every Nigerian has the power to shape tomorrow.
Across Nigeria, thousands of young volunteers are stepping forward, not for politics, but for democracy.
Mama, take your time. We are here to help.
Thank you, my children.
Your vote matters.
Respect begins with service. Every voter deserves dignity, safety, and support.
Remember your rights.
You have the right to vote.
You have the right to privacy.
You have the right to ask questions.
You have the right to report irregularities.
59, 60, 61, the door, I sprint past. Phone on mute, can't break glass.